Good evening, everyone. I hope I'm audible. Good to be back again after a good break of approximately 3 to 4 weeks. Um, Hopefully, today's session will give you everything that you require on data sufficiency, one of my favorite question types. Um, I am going to explain the format of the question as well. So for people who already know the format, um, hold on to hold on for some time. I will get into questions as well, but there will be something that will give you a value add as well, right? And for those who don't know the format, I will explain the format. I won't go too much in depth and make it too elaborate, but I'm going to give you a very short, sweet, and you know, um, summarized format of the question type. All right. Okay. So without wasting too much of time, let's start. I'm going to deal with this module a little bit differently than what I did with algebra, inequalities, and permutations, combinations, probability. The reason for that is I focus more on concepts and structures on those four modules. But here, the concepts are very minimal. So I'm going to focus a lot more on setting up certain structures. There's going to be an emphasis on how to read, how to process information, and how to structure your information on your scratchpad. And I'm going to take in a lot more examples with questions, varying degrees of difficulty, and we are going to use those structures that we've set up on each and every question, even if it's a harder difficulty question type. Okay, so that's the format I'm going with. First, the biggest mistake that test takers make with the data sufficiency section is they do not spend time to understand the format of the question. It is very important for you to understand the question type if you want to do really well on this topic. I'm going to explain my understanding of what a data sufficiency question is. I'm going to put in certain, say, um, important points. I'm going to explain the two types of data sufficiency, and then we'll go into two processes of solving a data sufficiency. Correct? Now, any data sufficiency question will always have a question stem. This question stem may or may not contain some constraints. If there are constraints that are given to you in the question stem, these constraints have to be respected throughout the question. They are facts that are provided to you in the question itself. So those facts have to be adhered to. And the question stem will also have a question stub. The question stub would be, what is the value of? Is x equal to something? Are x and y even? The question stub tells you what kind of data sufficiency question are you dealing with. There are two kinds of data sufficiency questions. There's a value data sufficiency question, and there is a yes or no data sufficiency question. Correct? So the question stem and the question stub forms the entire question. The question stem may or may not contain some constraints. The question stub is the one that tells you that there are two kinds of data sufficiency questions, value and a yes no. And following the question stem and the question stub, there's always going to be two statements. Statement 1 and statement 2. These statements are additional pieces of information that the question provides that you will have to evaluate and test whether they are going to be enough for you to answer the question or not. What you have to keep in mind though are these statements are also facts. They are cardinal truths. Whatever information a data sufficiency question gives you in a statement is a fact. It cannot be violated. And your job is to test whether the statements individually first are going to be enough, or individually is going to be enough to answer the question. Only if they are individually insufficient would you combine the pieces of information and check whether the combined statements are sufficient to answer the question. So remember, while working with the data sufficiency, you have to evaluate the statements individually first. You have to look at the information that statement 1 provides, break it down, and see whether it answers your question. Then look at statement 2 alone. Don't carry information from statement 1 to statement 2. Test whether that gives you enough information to answer the question. And only if the two statements individually are insufficient would you combine the pieces of information and check whether the combined statements are sufficient to answer the question. Got it? That's the format. You have to respect the format. And following the two statements, there's always going to be 5 fixed answer choices: A, B, C, D, and E. I'm not going to write what each answer choice means. You have to get accustomed to those answer choices. I'm going to put like a graphical representation of things. Answer choice alpha basically you would pick answer choice alpha if statement 1 taken alone would be enough to answer the question, but statement 2 taken alone is not enough to answer the question. You would pick answer choice B if statement 1 alone is not sufficient, but statement 2 taken alone is sufficient to answer the question. You would pick C when statement 1 alone is insufficient, 2 alone is insufficient, but taken together, the two statements are sufficient. C would stand for combined. You would pick delta when statement 1 alone is sufficient, 2 alone is also sufficient. And you would pick E echo when statement 1 alone is insufficient, 2 alone is insufficient. Combined also, they are insufficient. They will give you the 5 answer choices, but it's better for you to understand what each answer choice means, so that you don't have to read the 5 answer choices when you see a data sufficiency question. So any data sufficiency question will have this fixed format. Okay. In addition to this, I'm going to write down certain fundamental rules of working with a data sufficiency question. These are like hygiene factors that you have to take care of. Like I said, my focus in today's session is going to be on how you read information, process information, structure information, and reason things out. Okay, so it's going to be more about reasoning, structuring. So in a data sufficiency question, reading, comprehending, reasoning, and structuring becomes a very, very important skill set. I'm putting these 5 fundamental rules in the beginning itself. I want you all to use these as the rules of working with approaching any data sufficiency question. First, whenever you see constraints given in the question, the constraints have to be respected throughout the question. Many test takers overlook the constraints. Constraints have to be respected throughout the question. Second, always learn to identify what kind of data sufficiency question are you dealing with. I said there are 2 kinds. A value data sufficiency question, we'll look at each one of them one by one, and a yes/no data sufficiency question. Identify what kind of data sufficiency question you're dealing with, because a value data sufficiency question requires a little bit, a different process of working. A yes/no data sufficiency question requires a slight tweak in the process. Third, always look at a data sufficiency question as a treasure hunt of sorts. Always look at it as a treasure hunt where the constraints and statements given to you are clues, right? Constraints and statements are clues given to you. Ensure that you evaluate all the clues before reaching a conclusion. There's a reason why I'm giving you these 5 fundamental rules, because many test takers, even the seasoned test takers who've prepared for 2 or 3 months, make mistakes on these. Fourth, ensure that you always respect the format of the question. Evaluate the statements individually. Always learn to evaluate the statements individually first, and only combine the statements if they are insufficient individually. Very, very important. You have to respect this question type, right? Evaluate the statements individually. Only if they are individually insufficient, you combine the statements. And finally, use what we call the ADBCE approach of working with the data sufficiency. I'll explain what this is. Basically, in simple words, I'll write down the answer choices again. A stands for 1 alone, 2 not. B is 1 not, 2 alone. C is 1 not, 2 not combined. D is 1 alone, 2 alone. And E is 1 not, 2 not combined not. So the ADBC approach is basically a process that tells you what answer choices are available to you based on the sufficiency or the insufficiency of the first statement. Normally, when you work with the data sufficiency question, more often than not, you would look at the first statement and evaluate the first statement. So based on the sufficiency or the insufficiency of the first statement, you can pick what the possible answer choices are. If the first statement is sufficient, if you are evaluating the statements and you saw that the first statement was sufficient for you to work, then look at the circles on one. If the first statement was sufficient for you, then the circles on one have to be on A and D. So if the first statement was sufficient, then the two possible answer choices would be A and D. And I can, obviously, reason this out based on the answer choices that are given to me. If my first statement is definitely enough, the only two possible answer choices I would have is A and D. If my first statement is insufficient, then look at the crosses on one. And the three answer choices would be B, C, and E. So AD and BCE are basically the answer choices that would be available to you for you to pick based on the sufficiency and the insufficiency of the first statement. These are the 5 fundamental rules that I want you to hold on to. These are like ground rules of how you approach a data sufficiency question. Right? It's like basics of this question type. You have to understand this before you move forward. Correct? Any doubts so far? For those of you all who know all this already, hold on, right? I have to build an intro into this because I have different kinds of test takers in the session. So, and I'm hoping that whatever I put forward also helps the ones who know what the question type is. All right. I'm giving you my perspective of the topic. So when I work with the data sufficiency question, I ensure that these 5 things are taken care of. All right. Any doubts so far? Guys, data sufficiency is not a question type on the GRE. So, in GRE, you have something called quantitative comparisons. So, no, this question type is not going to help on the GRE. Right? Okay. Next, I told you there are two kinds of data sufficiency questions. One is a value data sufficiency question. Let's understand this a bit. Okay. What exactly is a value data sufficiency question? You can identify a value data sufficiency question based on the question stub. The question will be drafted like this. What is the value of? Right? It will ask you for a unique answer basically. What is my name? How many boys were there in the class? So, what does a value data sufficiency question do? A value data sufficiency question basically tests you on whether you're going to get one definite answer. So, when would you say something is sufficient? When would you say a statement is sufficient in a value data sufficiency question? When it gives you one unique answer and nothing else. If you're able to answer your question with one definite number, if it's a math based question, or one definite answer, if it is a verbal based question, then I would say that the statement is sufficient. And when would I say a statement is insufficient? When it gives me more than one possibility. I want you to understand this, okay? It's very important, right, that you understand this format. And when you're working with the data sufficiency question, this is something that I will always reiterate for all kinds of data sufficiency question. Many people are under the assumption that in data sufficiency, I don't have to solve. I just have to see and reach a conclusion. No, it is not that. The question type obviously does not expect you to solve until the last answer, but it expects you to jot things down, evaluate all the pieces of information from a critical reasoning aspect, reach a conclusion, and then answer the question. So you will have to do some groundwork. You can't just say, oh, I have this variable, I don't have this and this, insufficient. You don't do that on a data sufficiency question. You have to respect the question type. It's asking you to evaluate the pieces of information. So evaluate everything that is given to you. Then see whether it's possible for me to answer my question. Only if you're able to, if you're able to take the information and get to one unique answer, then you would say in a value data sufficiency question that that statement is sufficient. Only if you're able to prove that there is more than one answer, then you would say something is insufficient. So in any data sufficiency question, you'll see me repeating this. Always prove sufficiency or insufficiency. Don't go by gut feel. Don't say I think it is insufficient and eliminate something. It's always best to prove sufficiency. Evaluate everything. Then take a call on whether it's sufficient or not. And what do you do to evaluate sufficiency or insufficiency? Try to see if you're able to get one single answer. And when do you say something is insufficient? Try to see that there is a possibility of more than one answer. Let me give you a simple example, okay? And let's, use the format also I've set up. I'm going to use a verbose example just for you to understand things a little easier. So the question is, what is my name? Again, guys, I want you to bear with me at this point. If you already know this, I need to put in this basic foundations. First statement. My name is either Aditya or Anya. Second, my name is either Aditya or Anirudh. I'm going to use a simple verbal based example because It will be easy for you to understand the format and also understand certain, you know, structures that we have put up in the last slide. So I want all of you all to humor me and work with this question and give me an answer to it, please. Quickly. It shouldn't take you more than like 10-20 seconds. What do you think the answer would be? Okay. Now this is how I'm going to evaluate this question, right? I think most of you all are putting in C. For those of you all who don't remember what the 5 answer choices are, you can also tell me whether 1 is sufficient, 2 is sufficient, combined is sufficient. That is also okay, but ideally get accustomed to what each of the answer choices mean. Now this is how I'm going to evaluate this statement. I want you to observe what I'm doing, and I also want you to observe how I'm breaking it down and the points that I make. This is going to be the format of today's session, right? You're going to observe how I approach questions. And the best way to learn DI is there's no concepts that you need to learn specifically. It's about structure. It's about seeing and understanding what the question gives you. So the way I'm setting things up on the screen is exactly what I would expect you to do going forward. So focus on the structure, please, because most test takers, when they work with the data sufficiency question, there's a lot of hodgepodge, or khichdi on their screen, right? So just ensure that the work is structured. So the question is, what is my name? The first statement says, looking at the question stem first, there is absolutely no constraint given to me. And I'm going to ask myself also, what kind of data sufficiency question is this? It's a value-based data sufficiency question. It's asking me for a unique answer. There's nothing more I can do with my question stem here. So I directly go into my statement. You have to evaluate the two statements individually first. So look at the first statement alone. My name is either Aditya or Anya. Now, what does this first statement give me? I told you, look at it as a treasure hunt of sorts. The first statement gives me a clue. It tells me that my name is either Aditya or Anya. It tells me that your name can be two possibilities, Aditya or Anya. But my job is to take that piece of information, take that clue, and see whether it helps me answer the question with a unique answer. Clearly, the clue is telling me that there are two possibilities, Aditya or Anya. What is my name? I'm still not able to decide which out of these two would be my name. It can be Aditya, it can be Anya. So clearly, the first statement is not going to be enough, insufficient. Since the first statement is insufficient, the three possible answer choices are B, C, and E. Now I'll go to the second. Look at the second statement individually. Don't carry information from the first to the second. My name is either Aditya or Anirudh. Again, this statement on its own, this clue tells me that there are two possibilities again, Aditya or Anirudh. On its own, it's not giving me one specific or one unique possibility to answer my question. So clearly the second is also not enough. I can remove B. Since the two statements are individually insufficient, I would now combine the two statements. Now is where some people make mistakes, right? I see that most of you all have given me E, most of you all have given me C, but some of you all have given me an E. Now, this is something that you have to quickly understand about this question type, and it's something that you have to imprint in your head. The statements given to you in any data sufficiency question are facts. They are always cardinal truths. You cannot violate those statements. So when I'm combining the two statements, I have to ensure that I consider possibilities that satisfy both statements simultaneously. Now, for people who gave me E, when you all combine the statements, you all said, I have Aditya, Anya, and Anirudh when I combine the statements, that would be insufficient. No, that's not the case. Remember, the statements are cardinal truths. They are facts on their own. So when I combine the statements, I have to ensure that I consider possibilities that satisfy both statements simultaneously. I cannot consider Anya because it will violate my second statement. I cannot consider Anirudh because it would violate my first statement. So when I combine the statements, what is the inference that I can draw? What is the possibility that satisfies both simultaneously? My name is Aditya. And now this is giving me one unique possibility to answer my question. C. So for those of you all who answered with E, remember this, guys. Okay? When you're combining statements, that's the format. Statements are facts. You can only consider possibilities that satisfy both statements simultaneously. You cannot consider possibilities that satisfies one statement and doesn't satisfy the other, especially when you combine the statements. Correct? Yes, guys, I will cater to high levels of DS questions. It doesn't make sense for me to just come in and start with 700 level questions. So I'm building a structure. When we go into questions, you will see that I've picked questions of mid and higher level difficulty. The focus is going to be on solving more questions here, but following a structure that I set up. So I'm going to spend a good part of 30 minutes to 45 minutes on setting up a structure so that we can go into questions later. So bear with me. Guys, you have to also keep in mind there are other people also in the beginning of their prep. All right. Okay. So this is what you have to do in a value data sufficiency question. Any doubts on this? I want people who answered E, I want you all to hold on to the fact that when you combine the statements, you have to respect that the statements individually are facts. You can only consider possibilities that satisfy both facts simultaneously. Right? Okay. We'll look at how to limit the variables. Somebody's put there are so many variables and so on. Guys, hold on to it. Okay. I will cater to all of that. Like I said, it's going to be a session where the focus is on structures, the focus is on approach, right? So I will come to questions, right? You need to hold on to this. You also need to, remove certain misconceptions you have about data sufficiency questions. And these structures will help that way. Okay. Now, the second kind of data sufficiency question is a yes or no data sufficiency question. And most test takers make a mistake on this question type. It's a slightly trickier one, but they make a mistake because again, they don't focus on, respecting the question type itself. So the yes, no data sufficiency question. So the questions in a yes, no data sufficiency question, the question stub will always be in the form, is X is equal to 5? Is X odd? Are X and Y even? Was a person who was wearing a blue shirt sitting next to a person wearing a red shirt? Right? The question will always be crafted in a way where you'll be able to answer the question in one of three ways. For example, if I say, this is the writing instrument that I'm writing on the screen, is this a pen? Now you can answer this in one of three ways. You can say, yes, it is a pen. That is a definite answer. Someone else can say, no, it is not a pen. That's also a definite answer. But someone says, maybe it is a pen. Sometimes it can be a pen, sometimes it cannot. That is ambiguity. And that's what you'll have to do in a yes no data sufficiency question. Right? It's not asking you to chase a value. It's asking you to answer the question with a yes or a no. Got it? So what do you do here? You're always going to chase one definite answer. It tests you on definitiveness, and that definite answer can either be a definite yes or a definite no. And when would you say something is sufficient in a yes no data sufficiency question? When you get a definite yes or a definite no. And when would you say something is insufficient? When you get a yes and a no. Correct? What I want you to keep in mind though, and this is what test takers don't do. Again, I'm going to repeat this point. always prove sufficiency and insufficiency. When it comes to a yes no data sufficiency question, the format of the question expects you to answer the question with a yes or a no. Many test takers don't do that. They don't evaluate the statement and they don't answer the question with a yes or a no. They just say, okay, I have this many possibilities, insufficient. So ensure that you always consider possibilities and answer the question with a yes or a no. Right? Let's take a simple example again. A tweaked form of the first example. Is my name Aditya? First statement. Again, my name is either Aditya or Anya. And second, my name is either Aditya or Anirudh. Again, I want all of you all to quickly, in 30 seconds, give me an answer to this question in the chat window. Okay, and again, I'm going to use this as a format to tell you what you need to do as an approach to a yes no data sufficiency question and how is it different from a value. Picture is not clear. Guys, are you able to see my screen? Okay, I'll just try to write slightly below the logo. Yeah. Yes, Rachana, that's the thing, right? If you a definite yes is also sufficient, a definite no is also sufficient because both of them are definitive answers. But a combination of yes and a no is insufficient. Okay, that's the format. Guys, quickly, it shouldn't take you too much of time on this question. Quickly type in your answers, and then I'll just use this as a format. By the way, in the focus edition, you're going to get questions that are non-math based also on data sufficiency. Okay, that will test you on your critical reasoning and your logical abilities. Right, you'll have data sufficiency questions that are have absolutely no mathematical data. Right. Okay, so let's look at this question. Right, again, I'm first going to spend time on my question stem. I'm going to ask myself, what kind of data sufficiency question am I dealing with? Clearly, it's a yes no data sufficiency question. For a yes no data sufficiency question, I do one specific thing as a process. It's my process of working. Other people do it as well. It helps me, reiterate to myself that I have to answer my question with a yes or a no. It's not about finding out what exactly my name is. It is about whether I have to answer the question with a yes or a no. So I'm going to ask myself, what is going to answer my question with a yes if my name is Aditya? What is going to answer my question with a no if my name is not Aditya? And a definite yes is also sufficient. A definite no is also sufficient. A yes and a no combination is insufficient. Now, when you go to the first statement says, my name is either Aditya or Anya. Now, most test takers, what they will do here is they will say, this statement gives me two possibilities, insufficient. No, it is not about the possibilities here. A statement in a yes no data sufficiency question can give you 10 possibilities. My job is to evaluate the possibilities and answer the question with a yes or a no. It is not about the number of possibilities. It is whether those possibilities can answer my question definitively with a definite yes or a definite no. That is what I have to respect in this question type. So what are they giving me here? They're giving me two possibilities, Aditya, Anya. So it's giving me two possibilities. If my name was Aditya, I would answer my question with a yes. You see what I'm doing? I'm always taking the statements and I'm answering my question with a yes or a no. I'm not discarding it based on the fact it has two possibilities. If my name was Anya, then I would answer my question with a no. So the first statement gives me a yes possibility, a no possibility. A yes and a no is an ambiguous scenario. Clearly, the first is insufficient. BCE. Let's take the second. My name is either Aditya or Anirudh. If my name is either Aditya or Anirudh, again, this statement is giving me two possibilities. But it's not about the possibilities. It is about whether those possibilities answer my question definitively or not. If my name was Aditya, it would answer my question with a yes. If it is Anirudh, it would answer my question with a no. So clearly the second is also insufficient. I can knock off B. And now I need to combine the two. Like I said, simple rules apply. When you combine statements, statements are facts on their own. They are cardinal truths. So when you combine the statements, you have to consider possibilities that satisfy both statements simultaneously. So what is the inference that I can draw when I put both the statements together? My name is Aditya. And Aditya definitely answers my question with a yes. C. Now this question type is slightly tricky. The reason for that is because in the same question, if I tweak the second statement a bit, let's see what happens. I'm keeping the first statement to be exactly the same. I'm keeping the question also to be exactly the same. In the second statement, I'm making a tweak. I'm saying my name is either Anya or Anirudh. And I want you all now to evaluate this question, evaluate the statements, and you tell me what would be the answer to it. Give it a shot, please. Guys, like I said, respect the question type. Look at the statements individually first. I told you, even seasoned test takers make these mistakes. Look at the statements individually, right? Respect the question format. I told you, everyone will have a takeaway. Okay? The biggest problem lies with most test takers, with their overconfidence in the format. Respect the format, you get better at this question type. So I see a mix between B and C. So people who are answering C, again, like I said, you're violating the format of the question. For those of you all who have answered anything other than B and C, you're violating the format. You're not doing what the question format expects you to do. What is the question? Is my name Aditya? What? It's a yes/no data sufficiency question. In a yes/no data sufficiency question, it is not about what the name is. It's about whether it answers the question with a yes or a no. So let's evaluate the first statement. My name is either Aditya or Anya. So the first statement gives me two possibilities. Aditya, Anya. I have to take those possibilities and answer my question with a yes or a no. Aditya would answer my question with a yes. Anya would answer my question with a no. A yes and a no gives me sufficient grounds to eliminate the first. B, C, and E. Now I go to the second. The second statement says my name is either Anya or Anirudh. It gives me two possibilities. But the two possibilities it gives me, if I take them and answer the question, if my name was Anya, it would answer my question with a no. If my name was Anirudh, it would still answer my question with a no. So the second statement is helping you answer the question definitively with a definite no. A definite no is also a definite answer because that statement on its own is telling you no, your name is not Aditya. The question is not asking me what my name is. It's asking me whether my name is Aditya or not. And the second statement gives me enough information to definitively say, no, your name is not Aditya. That is why it is important for you to respect the format of this question type. You have to consider the possibilities and you have to answer the question with a yes or a no. A definite yes, That means you get continuous strings of yeses. A definite yes would be sufficient. A definite no is also sufficient. A yes and a no is ambiguity. So the second statement clearly is enough. B. And this is what I want you to hold on to. Seasoned test takers miss out on this because they don't respect the format. I want you to cut it out in the beginning itself. I want you to respect the format. In a yes no data sufficiency question, get to into answering the question with a yes or a no. Don't discard something without taking the possibilities and answering with a yes or a no. Don't pick something without answering a yes or a no. The question format expects you to do that. Okay with this? I told you everyone will have some takeaway, right? I'm building towards a discussion of questions, right? Today's session is going to be a lot of question solving, but I need to put these structures in place. Any doubt on this, guys? Okay with what I said? Are you understanding why I'm particular about the structures here? It's important for you to understand the question type. Any doubts on this? Okay. All right. Clear now. All right. Okay. Now let's get into, you know, looking at the two processes of working with the data sufficiency. And now we'll get into questions as well. And like I said, what I want you all to do is also observe how I'm reading, I'm processing, structuring, and setting up my information. Okay, that's the key takeaway. The best way to learn from, on the DI section is to understand how structures are set up. Okay, because there'll be a lot of information running around. Like someone said, there'll be too many variables. You can control that, to be truthful, the number of variables, but that is exactly what they're testing you on, right? It's like a mini case study. They're giving you, lots of information. You have to piece them together to get to an answer. Now, to solve any data sufficiency question, there are two processes of working. The first is what I call the algebra and analysis process of working. And the second is a process of creating cases. If it's a math-based question, you would go the route of creating cases when algebra fails you, where you'll have to plug in values in a smart way to work. You have to create cases, you'll have to create possibilities using numbers. And that's what statistics, somebody mentioned statistics questions, right? You'll have to do that. You'll have, I told you, verbal-based questions, logic-based questions. There also you'll have to understand, stay within the purview of the questions, create cases and work. All of you, even by default, even if I give you a question directly, will use one of these two processes to solve. We are going to look at these two in isolation. We are going to first look at the algebra and analysis process. And I told you, I'm going to write down the structures based on us solving questions together. Okay. And the best part, in the second question itself, for both the algebra and analysis and the creating cases, I will pick a 700 level question. Okay. And you'll see that whatever structures I set up with the first question will carry forward also in the second. The only difference will be the complexity and the fact that there will be multiple pieces of information that you'll have to piece together. Now, the algebra and analysis process should always be the process that you employ whenever you work with math-based word problems. Any word problem question, any rates, ratios, percent question, even statistics-based question, permutations, combinations, probability, Venn diagrams, learn to set it up from an algebraic aspect first, right? Obviously, you cannot use algebra for a non-math based question. So it is specific to the math-based question, but you will utilize it in a lot of word problems. right? So what does it entail? Let me pick a question. Let's solve that question together, and let's use that question as a blueprint to write down the structures. And like I said, the second question that I pick will be a 700 level one, and I will use the same structures on to show you that the process will work on harder levels of questions as well. So I've shifted to a PPT. I hope all of you all can see my PPT. I want all of you all to give a shot at this question. Do it in the way that you normally do. And then, like I said, I want you to observe how I process the question, how I break it down, and how I evaluate the statements. And I'll use this question to set up a blueprint on what structures you have to keep in mind. Give it a shot. I'll give all of you all 2 minutes. Don't type in the answers in the chat window, please. Hold on until I ask you to do so. Give it a shot. Guys, you can type in the answers in the chat window, please. For those asking till what time will the session go, guys, my sessions are always test matches. So it will go on to at least 12:30. The sessions are recorded, so if you have to log out, please feel free to do so. Okay. All right. So I see 60 and odd people here, so I would want each and every one of you to type in the answers. Don't be afraid. It's like, you learn from your mistakes. Okay. All right. So let's discuss. Okay. I see there's a relatively even split between B's and C's. A lot more C's, I would say, right, than B's. I'm not going to give you the answer directly. Okay. I want you to observe how I break things down. And I want you to compare it with what you have on your sheet. For people who don't have like a worksheet in front of them, I would suggest for this session, get a sheet, get a pen, and work with me. Okay. Like I said, what is important is structure. Correct? I want you to see how I'm setting things down, how I'm reading the question, how I'm processing it, how I'm pausing, reflecting, how I'm setting up the question. I want you to observe all of those. Observe, learn, compare, right? And then see how I'm working with the statements. All right. It's an official question, a mid level difficulty. In a certain year, the difference between Mary's and Jim's annual salaries was twice the difference between Mary's and Kate's annual salaries. So immediately what most of y'all will do, and it's also best to read it also like this in parts, you would say M minus J is equal to 2M minus K, right? The difference between Mary's and Jim's annual salaries was twice the difference between Mary's and Kate's annual salaries. If Mary's annual salary was the highest of the three people, now this is where I would stop and I would ask myself, why is that information relevant? Why are they telling me M is greater than J and M is greater than K? Why are they giving me this? That is crucial information because when they speak about the difference between Mary's and Jim's annual salary, to be very truthful, it could have either been J minus M or M minus J. The difference between my age and your age would be your age minus my age or my age minus your age if we don't know who between the two of us is elder. And that is why this information is crucial. So you see what I'm doing? I am not jumping the gun. I'm holding on to the information and I'm trying to understand, critically understand, why is that information given to me? And I'm also translating slowly in parts. So I've got an understanding. So whatever equation I've written here is absolutely fine. I will spend time to simplify that equation. Anytime you see an algebraic equation, simplify it. And also I want you to observe how I put my constraints in boxes like this. This is also a constraint given to me. So I will simplify it and put it in terms of a box. So M minus J is equal to 2M minus 2K. Right? So I can take the M. So M is equal to 2K minus J. I'll box it up. I will always box up my constraints because those conditions have to be considered when I go into my statements. Now, I'll read the next bit. What was the average annual salary of the three people that year? So now what people will do is they'll say average is equal to how much? And they will quickly move into the statements. What I want you all to observe is how I'm spending time upfront on the question stem. I'm investing my time on the question stem. What am I doing? I'm reading the question slowly in parts. I'm boxing up the constraints. If there's a translation given, I'm translating, I'm introducing my variables, I'm translating, I'm simplifying wherever possible. And I'm also setting up my question in an algebraic format if I have that opportunity. So what is the average? The average would be M plus J plus K divided by 3. This is what the question is asking me. I'll put a question mark there. What I would also do when I'm working with my question stem is if I see there is an opportunity for me to break down the question further because I have already one piece of information. This is a fact. What the question gives me here, M is equal to 2K minus J, is already a fact given to me in the question. I can use that to my advantage. And if I see there is an opportunity for me to break down my question and rephrase the question, I will take that opportunity. I know M is equal to 2K minus J. So I'll substitute that in my question, 2K minus J plus K divided by 3. The minus J plus J cancels. That's 3K divided by 3. So basically my question is just asking me, what is the value for K? So what am I doing? I am investing time upfront in the question stem. I'm not worried about jumping into the statements quickly. I want to do justice to my question stem. I read and processed the question slowly in parts. I boxed the constraints. I introduced my variables. I simplified. I made the equations wherever possible. I simplified. When I saw there was an opportunity for me to break down the question, I took the opportunity and broke it down and rephrased it. So basically, the question is asking me what is the value for K. Now, I'll go to the first statement. The first statement says, Jim's annual salary was 30,000 that year. Now, many people here, even though they got the right answer as B, would have just eliminated this, saying that I have gyms, they are asking for kids, insufficient. I will not do that. What is my job? My job is to look at that information that is given, take stock of all the facts that I know, and then try to work towards my question. What are all the facts that I know? All the facts that I know is m is equal to 2k minus j. That is one. And another fact that the first statement gives me is j is equal to 30,000. So my job is to look at all the facts. I told you it's like a treasure hunt. This is my first clue. This is my second clue. I need to see whether if when I put the clues together, it will answer my question. Now I will say m is equal to 2k minus 30,000. I need to solve for k. So 2k will be m plus 30,000. And clearly I can't solve for k here because the value of k depends on the value of m, and I have absolutely no clue on what m is. M can be anything I want, so I can have k to be multiple possibilities. This gives me sufficient grounds to eliminate BCE. So for those who just eliminated because of j, right? Trust me, on harder levels of questions, you will be caught out. Don't look at it in terms of variables. Evaluate every piece of information, even when you've simplified. Evaluate all the clues and then work towards what the question is asking. You see how I isolated K here as well? The second statement is spoon feeding you. It's giving you exactly what you want. Sufficient. B. So I'm going to leave what I've written on the screen and I want you all to observe. Okay? What did you do on your sheet of working versus what I did? How did I read? How did I process? How did I box the constraints? How I worked with my statements? How I took the opportunity of breaking down the question whenever I had the opportunity to do so. Right? I want you to observe this because it's these skill sets that will carry forward. I'm going to write things down as well, so you don't need to worry. But I want you to observe things first and compare it to what you have on your scratch pad. Okay with this? So let me now shift again to, right? So let me write the structure for the algebra and the analysis process. So what did you observe? When I worked with a question, I spent time on the question stem. Trust me on this. It's a simple rule on the GMAT. The best way to get faster and more accurate is to slow down. On data sufficiency, that is really true, right? Rohan, the constraints are important because when I say the difference between Mary's and Jim's annual salaries, it can either be M minus J or J minus M, right? So your equation could have also been J minus M is equal to 2 into M minus K. So the very fact that the constraint told you M is greater than J or M is greater than K, right, negated this possibility for you. Difference means it can be J minus M or M minus J. Correct? So the first thing is to spend time on the question stem. Trust me on this. On a data sufficiency question, if you spend time on setting up the question stem and spending time on breaking it down, working with it, you will be rewarded with the statements. What did I do by spending time on the question stem? I first made a note of the constraints and I boxed them up. That's the first thing I did. Second, I read the question, I processed it, I introduced variables, and I introduced variable in the question stem itself. I didn't wait for going to the statements to introduce variables. I introduced variables in the question stem. But when I introduce variables, right, I should always try to limit the number of variables. And how do I limit the number of variables? Here, I didn't have an opportunity to limit it in this question, but you can always limit the number of variables Whenever you have relationships, whenever you have relationships between quantities that are given to you. For example, if somebody tells me Bob is three times, let me write it below since the logo is there. Bob is three times as old as Joe. So most test takers, right? Most test takers, when they see such a statement, they just focus on the translation bit. I don't do that. I look at algebra translations exactly the same as I would look at numbers in a real life scenario. For me, algebra is what? Algebra is exactly what I do with numbers. It's just that numbers are replaced with variables. So if Joe was 10 years, I would say Bob is 30 years. So that is exactly how I would set up my algebra as well. I would put it in a nice tabular setup. Bob, Joe. Bob is three times as old as Joe, so Joe is X. Bob is 3X. If they told me further, Bob is three times as old as Joe, who in turn, this is all word problems, but I'm still doing it because most data sufficiency questions will be word problems, who in turn is twice as old as Mary. So what will I do? I will understand the context of what I'm reading. Bob is three times as old as Joe, and Joe is twice as old as Mary. So clearly understanding the meaning of what I've written, Mary is the youngest. So if Mary is 10, Joe would be 20, Bob would be 60. That's exactly how I would set up my algebra. This is how you can limit variables. Relationships always give you an opportunity to limit variables. X, 2x, 6x. So if they tell me there are boys and girls in the class, how many boys are there are total of 16 boys and girls in the class. How many boys are in the class? I will not write b plus g is equal to 16. Right? I'll say how many boys are in the class. So boys, girls. They're asking me to find the number of boys, so that will be b. The girls will be 16 minus b. This is how I will limit the variables. So I want you all to tell me, okay? This is very important, especially in how you process information. If I give you this statement, how would you process it? Let me write it below again. In a farm, there are twice as many pigs as horses. Some test takers find these kinds of statements to be hard because, like I said, right, they don't focus on the meaning of it rather than focus on translation. So can you translate this in the most efficient way that you can and quickly give a shot? See, most of you all are giving me the right answer, but I wouldn't use p is equal to 2h, right? Some would say h is equal to 2p as well, right? Right? So this is really the best way to work. See, when I read a statement like this, the first question I'll ask myself is, let me understand the context of this statement. In a farm, there are twice as many pigs as horses. So clearly, the pigs are higher than the number of horses. So if the horses are 10, the pigs are 20. So I'll say if the horses are X, I'll make a table. If the horses are X, the pigs are 2X. So you can limit the variables like this if you have relationships that are given to you. Got it? So what did I do? I made a note of the constraints. I boxed them up. I read, I processed, I introduced variables in the question stem. I tried to limit the number of variables wherever possible. I can limit the variables if I have relationships between quantities. I wasn't provided a relationship, so I couldn't in this case. What did I do post that? I translated and I set up the question as an algebraic equation. That was key. I just didn't write what is the average and move on. I set up the question as an algebraic equation. And then when I saw there was an opportunity for me to break down simplify, and rephrase, I took that opportunity. Only then, once I had a very good understanding, once I had everything set up in my question, I had a very good understanding of what the question is asking me, I went into the statements. And what did I do in the second case of evaluating the statements? The statements simply boil down to simple translations. I translated the statements using the information that I already set up in the question stem. But what did I do? There was one thing I did. When I worked with my statement, I ensured that you evaluate all facts before reaching a conclusion. Right? In the previous question, I took j is equal to 30. The other fact I knew was m is equal to 2k minus j. I used those facts and I checked whether it was possible for me to solve for what the question is asking me. And then finally, what did I do? I worked towards the question. This is what I do in an algebra and analysis process. You have to learn to spend time on setting up the question. If you spend time on setting up the question from a logical, simple word problem standpoint, you do the working in your question stem, your statements will become easier for you to work, irrespective of the difficulty level. Correct? So it's this structure now that I'm going to use across all the questions that we are going to pick. I've tried to keep most of the questions word problems because obviously data sufficiency can also be tested on probability, it can be tested on Venn diagrams. I don't expect everyone to know what Venn diagrams are, but ideally, when do you learn data? When do you learn for the data sufficiency question type? You should always learn the data sufficiency question type as you're finishing topics, right? When you finish algebra and word problems, that is the first time you should take and learn the format of a data sufficiency. And for every topic, as you master every topic, at the end, you have to try to solve data sufficiency questions. Okay. Do it along with your quant prep. Do not do it towards the end. All right. Now, like I said, I'm going to pick a harder level of question on the second. I'm still going to use the structures and work, but you'll understand why the question is hard because there will be multiple moving parts. But trust me, if you know believe in the structure, set things up properly, process the question well, be patient with it, then work it, then go into the statements, you will be rewarded. All right. Let's try question 2, an official 700 level question. Give it a shot. Again, please do not type the answers in the chat window until I ask you to do so. Okay, you can start typing your answers in the chat window, please. Last 30 seconds before we discuss. Okay, there are a couple of ways to work with such a question. You can do it, you know, without writing anything as well if you're relatively good with understanding and processing information. But that's not the purpose of today's discussion, how fast we work, right? The purpose of today's discussion is if I was working with this question, right, irrespective of, how good I am in terms of processing and doing things in my head, will I be able to solve this question even while writing things down? I see around 10 of you all have given me an answer, and most of you all have given me the right one as well. Again, like I said, what is important for you to look at and understand is how I'm breaking down the information. For those of you all who didn't get it, right, observe how I'm setting things up, observe how I'm reading, processing. For people who said I have to introduce too many variables, I can understand if you introduce too many variables here, but you see how I'm limiting the variables as well before we go into working with the statements. So what is the first thing I would do? I told you I would spend time on my question stem. I would read, I would process, I would box the constraints, and I would introduce my variables, translate, and then set up my question. While I'm translating, I will try to limit the number of variables I choose. A clothing store's revenue last May was 6% less than its revenue last April. So the comparison is between May and April. And the comparison is based on revenue. And it's saying the clothing store's revenue last May was 6% less than its revenue last April. So let me call April's revenue as R. So May's revenue should be 6% less. That is 0.94 R. The store's revenue last May was greater than its expense last May. So they're saying the revenue of May was greater than the expense. So basically, there's a profit that is made. Let me put this as R. 0.94 R is the revenue that is made, is greater than the expenses last May. And the store's revenue last April, that's R, was greater than its expenses last April. So I'm going to box these up. These are constraints. that are given to me. You see, I'm reading it slowly in parts, limiting variables wherever I can, introducing variables at other points where I'm forced to do so. What's the store's gross profit last May? What is the gross profit? Remember, the profit is always the revenue minus the expense. So, profit, what is the revenue? 0.94 R. What is the expense? E of M. So, was the store's gross profit last May less than its gross profit last April? That's R minus E of A. This is what the question is. It's a yes no data sufficiency question type, right? I will break it down further. I can take the E of A this side. So E of A minus E of M is less than R minus 0.94 R, that is 0.06 R. This is what my question is asking me to evaluate. So if my left hand side is lesser than 0.06 of R, I would answer my question with a yes. If it is not, I would answer my question with a no. Right? So I have all my variables defined. I have the constraints boxed up. I've translated the question, I've broken it down, I simplified wherever necessary, and I've rephrased my question. I've got a pretty good understanding of the question. Now, I would go into the statement. What does the first statement say? Again, critically read the information that you have. The store's revenue last May, that is 0.94R, was 2,400 less than its revenue last April. So basically, the difference between the revenues, that is R minus 0.94R, is 2,400. So this basically gives me 0.06R is equal to 2,400. And this gives me the value for R. I'm not going to sit and waste my time on that. I know I can get to an exact value for R. So the first statement gives me what R is. My job is to take all the constraints that I've been given, take this extra bit of information, and see if it answers my question. I know R is given to me, so this will be a definite number, but I don't know any information about an exact value for EA, neither do I know an exact value for EM. So that difference may be greater than 0.06 into R, or it may be lesser. So clearly the first statement is insufficient. BCE. Right? See, I'm not overcomplicating it. It's a simple question. It's categorized as a higher level because of the fact that it's too many pieces of information running around. If you organize them well, you spend time on your question, work with your statements in a structured manner, you should be able to evaluate. While I was evaluating the first statement, I considered all the facts before I made a call on whether it was sufficient or insufficient. Second, the store's expenses last May were 4% less than its expenses last April. So E of M is 4% less than its expenses last April, right? So E of M should be 0.96 E of A. If it's 4% less, it has to be 96% of E of A. So they've given me E of M is equal to 0.96 E of A. And I also know, remember, that 0.94 R is greater than E of M, and R is also greater than E of A. Now my job is to again take these pieces of information and work towards what the question is. EA minus EM. I know EM is 0.96 EA. So if I take this and I put it in the question then becomes EA minus 0.96 EA. That is 0.04 EA. So this left-hand side becomes 0.04 EA. And I'm asked to evaluate whether this is less than 0.06 R. Now what do I know? Now here, for me to figure out which is less and which is great, it would depend upon what values I have for E of A and R. I know this is 0.04. This is 0.06. So the factor that I'm multiplying R with is a bigger factor than what I'm multiplying EA with. So if I know that R is greater than E of A, my job is done. And that is exactly what the constraint gives me. It tells me R is greater than E of A. So if this is greater than E of A, and I know I'm multiplying a bigger value with 0.06, then the right hand side is going to be greater than the left hand side. It's going to answer my question with a definite yes. Right? Clearly sufficient. B. Correct? So slightly harder level of question, but you see I'm following the same process. I'm not deviating from the process. I'm setting up the question step by step by step. I'm boxing up my constraints. I'm introducing my variables, limiting the variables wherever I can, translating my question, setting up my question as an algebraic equation, breaking down, simplifying, rephrasing, getting a good understanding, and then moving to my statements. When I'm going to my statements, I am evaluating the statements, breaking it down based on the variables I've introduced. I'm taking stock of all the facts that I have before I reach the conclusion. Right? You can do that. You can pick values, guys. But my advice on a data sufficiency question, it's very risky to pick values, especially when you have a question where there are definite numbers involved. Okay, if there are only percentages involved, then you can do it. My advice would be not to avoid picking values in a word problem, because if every data is a percentage data, which it is, if you look at the question stem and you look at the second statement in isolation, everything is percentages, so using numbers will work out. My advice, don't take that risk. Okay, you wouldn't be able to use values for the first statement anyway, because there's a definite piece of information that is given to you. But yes, you can pick values. But you see what I'm doing, I'm breaking it down algebraically. So even if you are not able to process it in your mind with numbers, you can set it up and work with it. It's important that you get into this process of working, because if you get into this process of working, right, and you have that structure in place, you will be able to, observe certain, nuances, sometimes to skip a couple of steps and to reason certain things out. But until then, follow the process. How do we know when to take values and when to not take values? That is be more of a word problem kind of format. So the simple rule of thumb is, you would always pick values in a question where all the information given in the question stem are fractions, ratios, percentages, and all your answer choices are also fractions, ratios, percentages, right? So if all information in the question stem and all answers in your questions and all answers are of the form fractions, ratios, and percentages, those questions are good question types where you can plug in values and work, right? But if you have definite pieces of information, right, then it becomes very difficult for you to use values and work. Okay, there will be a point where you use values. We will come to that in my second process of working. But like I said, wherever you have the opportunity to use algebra and break it down, take that opportunity. Don't miss out on that. Correct? Algebra is more definitive in nature than putting in values. Okay, and if you're putting in values, you have to understand what limitations you're dealing with as well. So statement 2 tells me E of M is equal to 0.96 E of A, right? So this is what I have. I just translated that based on the statement, right? If something is 4% less, it has to be 96% of that. So I took that and then I took this information and I tried answering my question. What is the left-hand side? E of A minus E of M. I know E of M is equal to 0.96 E of A. That is what my second statement provided. So I worked for the left-hand side. I got 0.04 E of A, and the right hand side is 0.06 R. So basically now the question has boiled down to, is 0.04 E of A less than 0.06 of R? But what have I given in the constraints? I know R is greater than E of A, right? The revenue in April is greater than the expenses of April. So if R is greater than E of A, 0.06 into R will definitely be greater than 0.04 into E of A. Whatever values you take for R and E of A, will always, the left hand side will always be lesser than the right hand side. It answers my question with a definite yes. That would be enough for me to work. Okay. Okay with this, all of y'all? Any doubt? All right. Okay. I see good answers, right? Most of you all are taking the feedback well. So I'm going to stick to a certain level of question. I will not go into very easy ones. I will stick to medium and harder difficulty. Okay, so I'm going to skip question 3. I want you all to try question 4. Give it a shot. Again, 2 minutes. Please do not type in the answer until I ask you to do so. Excuse me. Okay, you can start typing your answers in the chat window. Excuse me. Last call. So also what I'm trying to highlight here, guys, with the questions and based on how you're working as well, is the traps that you normally will fall for. So what is the biggest trap that normally people will fall for? They will not evaluate every piece of information before working. They will just eliminate things based on gut feel. rather than work towards the question, right? Remember, it's always important that you work towards the question. Got it. All right, so let's again discuss, follow the same process. I see there's a equal split between B and C. So let's discuss. Again, I'm not going to deviate from the structures. I'm going to follow the same pattern. I'm going to read, process, set up my question, box my constraints, set up my question as an algebraic equation, and work. There are three types of tickets available at a certain movie theater: child tickets, I'll call that CT, discounted adult tickets, and regular adult tickets. Okay. If the total price of three child tickets, five discount adult tickets, and six regular adult tickets is $16,400. So let me say, I'll have to define my variables. Let the price per ticket for the child tickets be C, for the discounted adult tickets be D, and for the regular be R. So the total price of three child tickets, that's 3C, five discounted adult tickets, 5D, and six regular adult tickets, 6R, is equal to 16,400. I'm putting that down. This is the constraint that the question provides. And the question's asking me, what is the total price of one child ticket, 1C, plus 1D is how much? Like I said, whenever I have certain constraints given, I will look at what my question is asking me, and I will always try to simplify things. I will try to work towards the question. So instead of jumping into the statement at this point, what is the question asking me? It's asking me for 1C plus 1D. Okay, let me try to get that in the equation that I have. So what I would have done extra, I would have said, I can split that 5D as 3C plus 3D plus 2D plus 6R is equal to 16,4. And then I can take 3 common, C plus D is equal to, I'll isolate what I want, is equal to 16,400 minus 2D plus 6R. So in essence, if I want to solve for C plus D, I need 2D plus 6R. This is what I would do. This is how I would work with my constraints. You see, I'm not jumping into the statements immediately. I'm trying to see whether I can set up the information so that I work towards my question in the most efficient way. Now, with this in place, remember, I need to solve for 1C plus 1D, but for solving for 1C plus 1D, I need 2D plus 6R. If I have that information, my job is done. Let's go into the first statement. At this theater, the total price of three discounted adult tickets, that's 3D, plus 1R is equal to 4500. Now, for me to be able to solve for C plus D, I will need 2D plus 6R. I have 3D plus 1R is 45. Whatever I try to do, however I try to manipulate this equation, I will never be able to get 2D plus 6R. Right? I have 3D. Even if I try to reduce it, I can't do anything. Subtract D on both. I just can't make 3D plus R as 2D plus 6R. Clearly not enough. B, C, and E. Right? Remember, this is a value data sufficiency question. I need to chase a definite answer for C plus D. Second, at this theater, the total price of one discounted adult ticket plus three regular adult tickets is equal to 5500. I have 1D plus 3R is 55. What do I require to solve for C plus D? I need 2D plus 6R. So if I double this, 2D plus 6R is equal to 11,000. And they've given me exactly what I want. So 16,400 minus 11,000 will give me 3 times C plus D. That divided by 3 will give me 1C plus 1D. That's enough for me to work. B. Sufficient. All right. I wanted to see how, again, I spent time on my question stem and I worked towards what my question was asking. I already had a fact. I already had this as a fact, right? I tried to use that to my advantage and ask myself, okay, from this fact, if I need 1C plus 1D, what would I do? What would it depend on? I use that, I rephrase my question, I set it up, and then my entire question processing became very, very simple. All right. So you see, it's not about how good you are in terms of math, okay, in this entire question type. It's how good you are in terms of reading, processing, structuring, and using pieces of information to your advantage. All right. And I'm spending a lot of time upfront in my question stem, and I'm being rewarded for that. And that's something I want you to understand. In all the questions that we solved so far, that was the recurring pattern. Got this? Never would have thought. That's the tricky bit about algebra, and the beauty about how algebra is tested on the GMAT is it's tested more on an observational and decision making, process. It's never testing you on, how good you're in manipulating equations. The best way to work with algebra, and there's two simple rules of working with algebra. If you looked at the algebra video of mine as well, the two simple rules: observe what you've been given, observe what the question is asking, and always try to work towards the question. I'm just following the fundamentals of working with algebra. All right. Got it. You see what I did, right? I'm giving you an insight towards how I would approach such questions, because that's something that you can learn from, right? There's no concept that you can learn in data sufficiency and the DI section. It's more about how you structure information, how you read, process. I am following the structures throughout that I've set up in the beginning. All right. Any doubts on this? We can go into another one. Guys, those who are online, you can quickly, click on the like button as well. Let the YouTube algorithm do its work, right? Um, so please do that, right? Okay. Any doubts? Was it a Ritik, was it is it a skill that I'm born with? Definitely not. What am I doing? I'm just processing the question step by step by step in a very slow manner, right? In a very organized manner, right? It's not about any different skill set, right? It's just about how I'm reading and breaking down information. If you see how I'm reading every question, I'm working with it part by part by part, right? I have certain structures in my mind, and I'm following those structures, nothing else. Okay, these kinds of skill sets of structuring decision making, right, comes in only if you work with questions in that sort of way. For that, you require to slow down and work with those questions. When you slow down and you start doing that process, it starts becoming more of a muscle memory, and then you'll be able to become faster at things. Got it? This wasn't a very difficult one, a mid level difficulty. Guys, I have not picked, except for the second one, right? The other questions are mid level difficulties. Okay, I will tell you when I come to a question which is a slightly higher level difficulty. Okay, I can't pick all 700s, because you're never going to see that on your test, right? You're not going to get all 705 level questions, right? So you'll have to get these questions right for you to see the harder ones. All right, let's go to the next. Okay. Again, an official one. I would say this would be around, an early 600, mid 600 level question, maybe 605 to 655. Give it a shot. 2 minutes. Follow the structures, box up the constraints, set up the question, understand what the question's asking. Only then move into your statements. When you're working with the statements, evaluate all the facts. Don't type in the answers in the chat window until I ask you to do so. Somasundaram, easy questions should ideally take you a minute and a half. Harder questions should take you around 2.5 to 3 minutes. Okay, that's the simple rule of thumb. On average, you need to spend two. An early bird never kills the worm on the GMAT. Okay, anything that's very quick is something that ideally you should not pick. Please don't type in the answers. Wait for some more time. You can type in your answers in the chat window now. Last call for answers. All right. Again, an official retired GMAT question. Again, I'm following the same structures. I see there's a mix between C and E, some people with A as well, right? Okay. Again, right? Again, like I said, it becomes very important for you to spend time on the question stem, set things up, and work with the statements. Spend time on the question stem to understand it. Of the 60 animals on a certain farm, so the total number of animals is 60, two-thirds are either pigs or cows. So out of the 60, two-thirds can be pigs or cows. So basically, the total number of pigs and cows have to be 40. I mean, obviously, I can't have pigs and cows, right? So they're telling me the pigs and cows, the count is 40. Two-thirds of 60 is the number of pigs or cows. That's 40. How many animals are cows? So I need what is C. This is what the question is. So what are the constraints? I have the total as 60. I have two-thirds are either pigs or cows, so the total number of pigs and cows is 40. It's a value data sufficiency question. I need to solve for P. I need to solve for C. There's nothing more I can do with this, right? I know I have to use this. I can maybe put this into this and change it to P, but I have to use this fact. I have to work towards that question. There's nothing more I can work. So I'm going to my first statement. The farm has more than twice as many cows as pigs. So remove the more than. If you're getting confused with what that statement means, the farm has twice as many cows as pigs. So the meaning of twice as many cows as pigs is if the pigs are obviously lower in number, the cows are obviously higher in number. So if I have pigs and cows, I have to multiply the pigs by 2, right? So the farm has more than twice. More than means greater than. It's not telling me the farm has twice as many cows as pigs. More than twice. So C is greater than 2P. For most of you all would have used this. I'm going to use that. The farm has more than twice as many cows as pigs, right? So C should be greater than 2P. What else do I have from the question stem? I have P plus C is equal to 40. You see what I'm doing? I'm taking the information that the first statement gives me. I've broken down my question. This is already fact number 1 I've been given. This is what the question's asking me to work. This is fact number 2. I've translated it slowly. Now I'm evaluating both the facts and I'm going to work towards my question. My question is asking me for C. So I will say P is equal to 40 minus C, and I can substitute that into the first. Many people at this point would have substituted values. I wouldn't do that. I told you. Going with algebra will always give you more definitiveness. You can still plug in values, no problem. So what I would do, I would say P is 40 minus C, put it in the first. Because I'm solving for C, I'm trying to make my entire equation, work towards the question. So C is greater than 2 times 40 minus C. C is greater than 80 minus 2C. 3C is greater than 80. So C should be greater than 26.66. Obviously, the number of cows cannot be a decimal. So C can be 27, 28, 29 till 40. It's a value data sufficiency question. I need to get one singular answer. It's not giving me one singular answer. It's giving me multiple possibilities. The first statement is insufficient. BCE. So for those of you all who marked A, I think you did a mistake in terms of the translation. You did not consider more than twice. More than means it has to be an inequality, right? So if you're getting confused with that statement, remove the more than. The farm has twice as many cows as pigs. So the pigs are smaller, the cows are larger. So I'll put the factor of 2 onto the smaller quantity, right? So C is equal to 2P, but the statement says the farm has more than twice. So C should be greater than 2P. You see how I'm breaking it down? I'm looking at it. I'm looking at that statement from a very logical standpoint. What is bigger? What is smaller? Clearly, from the context of that sentence, the pigs are smaller than the cows in number. So if I want to make them equal, I have to multiply with the pigs by 2. But it's saying more than twice. So I have to put the greater than symbol. But when I did that, when I took that information, I also took the fact that P plus C was 40. But I want you to observe that at this point, I didn't stop and start putting in values. I worked towards my question because the information gave me that opportunity to do so. And I worked towards C. I wanted to isolate C. I got to this, right? Clearly, that wasn't enough for me to work. Insufficient. Now I go to the second. The farm has more than 12 pigs. Now, what people will do here, it will be correct if you do it as well. People will just say they're giving me the pigs are greater than 12. Obviously, there's not a definite information for the number of cows, insufficient. I would work with it. Like I said, I would process all the facts and work towards the question. I'll be rewarded when I'm combining the statements. The farm has more than 12 pigs, so P is greater than 12. And I also know that P plus C is equal to 40. You see what I'm doing? I'm evaluating all the facts. I'm writing all the facts down one below the other before I take, a conclusion on things. And I need to solve for C, right? So P is 40 minus C. I can substitute that here. So 40 minus C is greater than 12. So C is less than 28. This is what I get. So C can be 28, 27. C can be 27, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22. It's not giving me one definite answer. Insufficient. Out goes B. Now, this is why I said going with algebra is very good whenever you have the opportunity to do so. But you see how I work towards my question and how I've been rewarded now, right? When I combine the statements, the combination is going to be very easy for me. The first statement says that C is greater than 26.66. The second statement says C is less than 28. Remember, when I combine statements, I need to consider possibilities that satisfy both statements simultaneously. So the inference that I can draw here, that C can only be 27. And that's a definite answer, C. Got it? I'm not worried about B, right? So C would be 27. What I want you to observe, it's not about you getting to the answer. What I want you to observe is again how I set things up, how I chased what the question was asking me, how I use my algebra to my advantage to work towards the question. In all the questions previously as well, I was working towards what the question was asking me rather than just stop and start putting in values. Wherever you have the opportunity to use algebra because algebra is definitive in nature. Correct? Any doubts, guys, on this? Again, observe what I'm doing. Observe how I'm processing the information. Observe how I'm setting things up. And observe how I'm working with the algebra. That should be your takeaways. Okay? Not the fact that you've got the question right or wrong. Any doubts? Can we move on to the next? Yes, Rohan. That's why I said, right? When you work towards the question based on the information that is given, I told you there's two simple rules of algebra. Observe what you have, observe what the question is asking, and see how you can manipulate what you have towards the question. Correct? I mean, two-thirds are either pigs or cows means it has to be, right? I mean, pigs and cows together. It can be 40 pigs, 0 cows. It can be 40 cows, 0 pigs. It can be 20 pigs, 20 cows also, right? I just know that two-thirds of the animals are pigs or cows, right? Okay. All right. So again, a slightly difficult question than the previous one. A good one. Tests you on how you set things up again. Simple. If you set things up well, you work with the statements well, you should be able to get to an answer. Okay? Give it a shot, please. 2 minutes. Again, please do not type in the answer until I ask you to do so. How can we understand it was P plus G? Because when I say either and or, it can be, it can't be both, right? You can't have pigs and cows, correct? So when I say, they say either pigs or cows, means out of the two, right? Out of the two, any one. I mean, the total has to be 40, right? Either and or means, obviously, either and or means it can't be both, right? Either and or means does not mean only pigs and only cows, right? Some of you are asking about the pigs and the cows bit, right? When I say two-thirds are pigs or cows, right? What does it mean? It can mean that all 40 can be pigs. It can mean all 40 can be cows. It can also mean that is a different proportion of pigs and cows. All that statement means is the pigs and cows should add up to 40, correct? So even if you take 40, it will be 40-0 or 0-40 or 20-20. Can be any proportion as long as the pigs and cows add up to 40. Okay, you can start typing the answers in the chat window. Excuse me. Last call for answers. Excuse me. Okay. I see there's a mix again between C and E. For all of you all who solved it, was there anything that you found difficult? Or ideally, it should not be if you'd set up the question well. I mean, it was very easy for you all to eliminate the two statements individually, I'm assuming. That's why most of your answers are C and E. Maybe one or two have given me A. So, what was the problem that you faced between C and E? Not able to process both the statements. That's why E. Okay. So when you're saying not able to process, did you set it up algebraically? Did you try to work with them from an algebraic standpoint? Okay. Again, right? If you set up the question well, again, you will be rewarded. A construction company was paid a total of 500,000. I tend to give up and go with gut wherever things get complicated. Took some time to set up the equation for a statement, but got C once I put an algebraic equation. All right. A construction company was paid a total of 500,000 for a construction project. So the revenue is 500,000. The company's only costs for the project were for labor and materials. So the cost, I'm keeping it as L plus M. Was the company's profit for the project greater than 150,000? So what is the profit? Revenue minus cost. So what is the question asking me is 500,000 minus of L plus M greater than 150,000. You can remove the zeros if you want, but I'll still do it. So basically, if I rephrase the question, is L plus M, I'm taking the 150 or the L plus M to the right, is less than 350,000. This is what my question is. I've set it up. I've defined my variables. I've set up my question as an algebraic equation. I know it's a yes no data sufficiency question. I need to answer my question with a yes or a no. And then I need to evaluate my statements. First, it's not too bad, right? I told you if you set your questions well, you'll be able to work with it. The company's total cost was 3 times its cost for material. So what is its total cost? L plus M was 3 times the cost for material. So L is equal to 2M is what the first statement gives me. And my job is to see whether this information is going to be enough for me to answer my question. The only thing I can do with that information is I can rephrase my question to is 3M less than 350,000. I still don't know what the value of M is for me to comment on 3M. Or another way I can work with it, I can say, okay, it's a yes no data sufficiency question. I want to generate a case that gives me a yes. I want to generate a case that gives me a no. So I'll say M can be 1, L can be 2. In your head, you can do this. You don't need to write it down. So L plus M is 3. 3 is definitely less than 350,000. It gives you a yes. Now, when you're plugging in values in a question and you want to test for it, and some people would have done this, always try to form counter cases. Try to disprove. So you've got a yes, try to get to a no. So I can keep M as, let's say, 200,000. Right? So L will be 400,000. And the total is 600,000. So L plus M will definitely be greater than 350. It gives me a no. You don't need to do this, right? Clearly, L is equal to 2M just helps me rephrase the question. It doesn't tell me whether, even if I put 2M there, It will give me is 3m less than 350, and I don't know anything about m for me to say that. Insufficient. I'll go so first. BCE. Second, the company's profit was greater than its cost for labor. So what is the profit? 500,000 minus L plus M is greater than the cost for labor. That's greater than L. So 500,000 is greater than 2L plus M. So 2L plus M, this is minus L minus M taken to the right, should be less than 500,000. Now for me to say 2L plus M is less than 500,000, right? Again, right? All I can do is, can I comment upon what L plus M is? No. L plus M can be in different proportions as long as it's less than 500,000. For example, I can take L is equal to 1, M is equal to 2. That will give me a yes to my main question. But if I take M is equal to 150, L is equal to 300, that will give me a no to the question. So clearly the two statements individually are insufficient. Very straightforward elimination based on translation, right? You can put values. You can directly say 2L plus M less than 500,000 is not going to give me L plus M is less than 350. You want to put in values, L is equal to 1, M is equal to 2 gives me a yes. You can put M is equal to 150, right? And L is equal to 200, right? So 400 plus 150, or let's say L is also equal to 150. So 2L is 350. 2L is 300 plus 150 is 450. But L plus M will be less than 350. I can also take a number of M to be 199,999. Right? In that case, it's not going to work. So I can plug in values for sure. Right? I wouldn't go this route. And that's the problem with putting in values here. The better way is to always take this and evaluate. Right? Take this and evaluate. So 2L plus M is less than 500. That doesn't tell me anything about L plus M. Or I can split it up like I did in the previous questions. L plus M is less than 500. So for me to say whether L plus M is less than 500, I'll need to know what L is, which I clearly do not know. Insufficient. Now when I put them together, what do we have? I'm writing the equations one below the other. L is equal to 2M. 2L plus M is less than 500,000. Many people, I don't know why, they get a little scared when you have an inequality involved. They feel that, I have to substitute with an inequality. No, when you have an equality and an inequality, obviously you can't manipulate them, by adding them or subtracting them. But you can always substitute, right? So if L is equal to 2M and 2L plus M is less than 500,000 are the two pieces of information given to me, I can substitute L is equal to 2M here. So 2 times 2m will be 5m, 4m plus m is 5m, is less than 500,000. So m will be less than 100,000. So when I substitute this into this, I got 5m is less than 500,000. So m should be less than 100,000. And I know that L is equal to 2m. So if m is less than 100,000, L should be less than 200,000 because L is double of m. I have L, I have M. What is my question asking me? L plus M. I can add two inequalities for sure, provided the inequality signs are pointing in the same direction. So L plus M should be less than 300,000. That answers my question with a definite yes. Because if L plus M is less than 300, it will definitely be less than 350,000. That's enough for me to work. C. Got it? So remember, guys, right? You can put in values if you want. Not a very nice proposition, but don't think that when you have an inequality, right? I need to put values and work, right? L plus M is less than 500k. No, guys, it's the revenue is 500. No. So and the profit. The question was the company's profit, right? What is the profit? Revenue minus the cost. I'm so sorry. Yeah. Revenue minus the cost, right? So Just keep that in mind, right? When you're reading the question, read it carefully. Look at what information, what the information represents, and then set things up. Now, what is the level of this question? Again, guys, I told you, I'm not picking all questions which are 700 level. Okay, so this is, again, I would say in the mid, 600 ranges. Okay. Statement two again. So I've got 2L plus M is less than 500,000. Right. My job is to see whether this is going to be enough for me to answer my question. I'm working towards my question. So I'm just splitting it up as L plus M is less than 500. Right? For me to say whether L plus M is less than 350, I'll need to know what L is, right? L plus M is less than 500,000 minus L, correct? I don't know what L is. L can be a large value, which will, which will give me something that is less than 350, or L can be a slightly smaller value as well. But you see, I don't know what L plus M is, right? From this, because L plus M is just 500,000 minus L, and I'm unsure about what value L takes. So that gives me enough grounds to say that is insufficient. Got it? What happened in the second statement? The company's profit was greater than its cost for labor. What is the profit? Revenue minus cost. I'm breaking it down. Was greater. I'm putting the greater than symbol. Then the cost for labor, L. Right? It's not rocket science. All I'm doing is reading in parts and translating. Everybody knows what profit is, right? Everybody knows profit is revenue minus the cost. So all you have to do is set it up. What you should understand is how you set up the question in the beginning is important. You see, I wrote down what the revenue is. I wrote down what the cost is. I wrote down what the profit is, and I simplified it. Many people will not define things like that in the beginning. Okay, I don't know what's happening here. Okay. Many people will not define things in the beginning. Okay. So you have to be slightly careful there. Make sense? Any doubts? Okay. Let's go into a slightly more difficult one. I do have a question on statistics as well. Let's skip question 7. Let's work with question 8. Give it a shot. Again, 2 minutes. After this question, we'll work one more, and then we'll go into the second process, okay, of creating cases. I'll give you a break after this. So oh, my bad, my bad. I've not put in the table. Okay, let's do one thing. I've not put in the table. Let's do one thing. Let's go with question 9. My bad. I should have put in the table. There's a table there on the official questions, and I couldn't. I forgotten to put that. Let's directly go into question 9. Give it a shot. I'll put in the PDF that I'll send you for the questions. I will put in the table, and I'll also give you the explanation to that as well. Okay. Somebody mentioned about statistics questions, so I have picked a couple of stats questions. Also, I've picked, since we've skipped that, we'll work 9 and 10. 10 would be a difficult one. Okay. Okay, we can start putting your answers in the chat window. Mayank, you're giving me both? Okay. Last call for answers. Okay. So I see it's a pretty even split between B and C, more veering towards C than B. Okay. Again, I'm not going to do anything different. I'm going to set things up. I told you, whenever I have the option of setting things up from an algebraic perspective, I will always grab at that option. Okay, because algebra is definitive in nature. I will be able to manipulate them, I'll be able to work with it, and I'll be able to get to a definite possibility. But if I'm not able to, go forward with algebra, at that point I may have to put in values. We'll come to that. We'll come to that in the second phase of working. Right? So set S consists of 5 consecutive integers. So I'm going to set that up. You see, I'm breaking the question down into parts. It's consecutive integers. So the 5 consecutive integers I would prefer setting would be x minus 2, x minus 1, x, x plus 1, x plus 2. And t consists of a set of 7 consecutive integers. So t, the reason why, this is how we work with stats. When you have stats consecutive numbers, the better way to set it up is to go from negative to positive, right? And one small thing that I want to touch upon here, and this is one of the traps, big traps of data sufficiency. Never assume that numbers in a data sufficiency question are always positive. They can be negative, they can be zero, they can be decimals, right? Don't assume things are positives or integers, especially with sets, right? Normally when I see people creating examples with sets, it's only positive values. Negative values are also part of, a set as well. Zero can also be a part. Decimals can also be a part. Fractions can also be a part. So T consists of a set of 7 consecutive integers. So I don't know if it's x again, so I'm going to use y minus 3, y minus 2, y minus 1, y plus 1, y plus 2, y plus 3. I'm not shying away from setting things up. You see, I'm not rushing through my working. Is the median of the numbers in set S? The good thing about 5 consecutive integers is if you understand the properties of consecutive integers, and this is why I said, right, that data sufficiency requires a very, very good stronghold of your fundamental concepts of each topic. Work with data sufficiency questions only after you've got the stronghold of that topic. If you realize that it's consecutive integers and you know the properties that for a consecutive integer set, it's an equally spaced set, the mean will always be equal to the median, right? and the mean will always be first plus last by 2. So the median of the set is the median of the set S equal to the median of the set T. So what is the median of the set S? X. What is the median of set T? Y. So what is my question asking me? Is X equal to Y? This is my question, and it's a yes no data sufficiency question. I have to answer my question with a yes and a no. What will give me a yes when X is equal to Y? What will give me a no when X is less than Y or X is greater than Y? I won't write that, but I'm just writing it. It's because it's a thing that I would remember in my head. This is how I would set it up. Got it? You see, efficient, right? I've set up, whenever you have consecutive integers, use this process. It's always best, because even if you add all of these, no, the constants also cancel out nicely. Now I go to the first statement. There's nothing more I can do with my question step. The median of the numbers in set S is 0. So they're telling me X is equal to 0. Now if X is equal to 0, that is given to me in the first. They've given me only the value of X. They're not telling me what the value of Y is. Y can be 0. If it is a 0, it gives me a yes. Y can also be any other value. That would give me a no. Clearly insufficient. Very easy to eliminate the first. Second, the sum of the numbers in set S. The sum of the numbers in set S, 5x, is equal to the sum of the numbers in set T, is equal to 7y. So my job is to say now if 5x is equal to 7y, is that going to be enough for me to answer my question definitively? Like I said, I'm going to chase my answer. I'm going to answer my question with a yes or a no. I have 5x is 7y. So the question I'm going to ask myself is, when can 5x be equal to 7y? I'm not just going to stop there and say it's insufficient. It's a yes no data sufficiency question. I have to generate scenarios that gives me a yes case, that gives me a no case. Only then I will be able to discard that statement. If I'm not able to get a yes and a no case, I'm able to get continuous yeses or continuous no, I would say it's sufficient. When can 5x be equal to 7y? When x is equal to 0 and y is equal to 0. So this would answer my question with a yes for sure. Is x equal to y? Yes. But 5x is equal to 7y. What other values of x and y can satisfy this equation? I can have x as 7. I can have y as 5. X is equal to 7. Y is equal to 5. 5 sevens are 35. 7 into 5 is also 35. Now in this case, x is not equal to y. This gives me a no. Insufficient. Out goes B. You see what I'm doing? It's a yes-no data sufficiency question. I'm not just saying 5x is equal to 7y, it can have multiple possibilities, insufficient. Or I'm not saying 5x is equal to 7y, only 0 is a possibility. I'm pausing, I'm looking at that equation, I'm asking myself, what can be the possibilities? Okay, 0 is obvious. 0 is 0. 5x will be equal to 7y when x is 0 and y is 0. I've got to a yes case. But in a yes-no data sufficiency, when I've got to a yes, I'm trying to find a counterexample. I'm trying to see whether it's possible for me to create a scenario that stays within this limitation that gives me a no. And I got x is equal to 7, y is equal to 5. Insufficient. But when I put both of them together, the first statement says x is equal to 0. And the second statement tells me 5x is equal to 7y. And I know that when I combine the two statements, I need to satisfy both statements simultaneously. So if x is 0, then if 5x has to be equal to 7y, then y also has to be 0. The 7 and 5 case is ruled out. This would answer my question with a definite yes. That would be enough. C. Got it? A good question. Not, again, see, data sufficiency questions, are not difficult, right? It's just that there's a lot of things for you to contemplate, how you need to set things up, how you need to process the question. If it's a yes, no data sufficiency, respect the question type. Try to get to a yes and a no if you want to eliminate, right? Think through the possibilities before reaching a conclusion. Make sense? All right. Any doubts on this? Now again, you'll ask me, what is the level of this question, right? See, guys, don't go based on the level, based on how I've solved it, right? I want you to hold on to how I've broken it down, how I set up my set of 5 consecutive integers, how I set up the 7 consecutive integers. Learn from that. You can carry this forward also into your statistics process of working. How I set my question up, how I evaluated both my statements, right? How I thought through the possibilities. Got it. No, you still will get the same answer, Ritik, even if you take x plus 1, x plus 2, x plus 3, x plus 4, right? You will get pretty much the same. You'll just have a more complex algebraic equation to work with. AP formula. See, again, I told you, right? If you look at AP formula, GP formula, and all, then the GMAT is not, the right test for you. It never tests you on formulae. It tests you on how you use simple common sense working. Right? Yes, you do have the sum to infinity. People learn the sum to infinity of a GP, but when you work with sequences, if you look at intricate GMAT questions, they will never test you on the formula. They'll test you more in your understanding of patterns on particular properties. Got it? So take, right? So you learned, Rohan, if you go through, that's a good question, Rohan. So if you go through the algebra session, right? I speak about how to solve. So you've written 5 into a plus 2 is equal to 7 into b plus 3, right? So I would write 5a plus 10 is equal to 7b plus 21, correct? So I would write 5a minus 7b is equal to 11. This is what we call, right, a linear equation with one variable. It's called a Diophantine equation. Okay. So if you go through the algebra bit, I show how to solve these Diophantine equations if we get to it, right? So you can definitely solve for this, right? You can find get to a solution and then figure out what possible values of a and b will satisfy this. Got it? 5 into a plus 2 is equal to 7. I hope that your equation is correct. Okay, so, but I'm saying that this is what we call a Diophantine equation. I've spoken about how to break this down in algebra, but I didn't even need that, right? If I'd use this smart way of working. Ideally, when you're working with statistics, this is something that you'll have to learn. When you have 5 consecutive integers, always go from negative to positive. If someone tells me, give me a set of 3 consecutive even integers, right? What would I do? I would not quickly say 2n plus 2, 2n plus 5. I'll say 2n minus 2, 2n, 2n plus 2. I have 2n ensures it's even, minus 2 ensures you're starting with an even, middle is even, this is also even. That's how I would work with it. Correct. So that's what you got, Ritik. So that's exactly what somebody else has also got. Now to solve this is what we call a Diophantine equation. I want you to go to the algebra bit and learn this. I'm not going to solve it here. It will just be redundant again. But look at the algebra process of working with linear equations. I do explain how to solve a linear equation where constraints of integers apply, right? For odd, I can't make it in a nice symmetric pattern, right? So I would have written 2n minus 4, 2n minus 2, 2n and 2n plus 2. Okay. It doesn't matter. It's just that it's, when you have things from negative to positive, your working becomes easy, right? Because even if they ask me to add these three, I can cancel the minus 2 and the plus 2 very easily. Makes sense? Okay. So let's look at the last question. Now, this I would definitely classify at a 695, 705 level. Okay, it's a probability based question. Like I said, I've tried to keep that as a minimum, but I'm still bringing in one to show you that data sufficiency questions are also conceptual based. So, but the process still remains the same, even though it's testing you on a specific concept. I'm not going to deviate from the structures that we've set up. Okay, give it a shot. Again, 2 minutes. Yes, Kanika. So one is x is equal to 5 and y is equal to 2. And then you can get to other solutions as well, by reducing the coefficient of x by y and increasing the coefficient of y by x. I've spoken about this in the algebra bit. So it will add value, especially for data sufficiency. Knowing how to solve a Diophantine equation will actually, be very, very important. Okay. Okay. Please don't type in the answers in the chat window until I ask you to do so. No, Diva, how can I plug in values? I'll plug in values in the question stem itself. If I say 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 5, 6, 7 is so the middle value will be 3, right? So will I say is 3 equal to 5? It won't make sense, no, for me to set up the question in the form of plugging in values, right? I can set up the question and plug in values, you know, for the statements. I can't plug in values for the question itself. Think about it, right? If I plug in values 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? Then you're asking me the question will boil down to is 3 equal to 4, which ideally should not be the case, correct? That's why I said, right, putting in values is not should not be your first process of working unless you're forced to do so. You always want to set it up algebraically. If you're asking me for the 5x is equal to 7y plus 11, can you plug in values? Yes, you can. You should. But like I said, in the algebra session, I've spoken about how to work with linear equations where you have one equation and two variables. It's called a Diophantine equation. I give you a smart way of plugging in and getting to all the possible solutions in one or two steps. So go through that, right? That'll help you. Excuse me. I'll give you a break, Kritik, for around 5 minutes, right? Because we'll be going to the second phase. The second phase is not too long, right? But you can always look at the recording as well once the session is done. For those who have gone through the probability video, use that process to set things up. For those who have not but know how to work with probability, learn to spend time on the question stem and break it down. Okay. Sure, Onkar. Okay, you can start typing your answers in the chat window. Excuse me. Probability and PNC are my scariest topics. Okay. Anything that deals with visualization, reasoning, and common sense are always what test takers will struggle. It's not that they don't have common sense, everybody does. It's just that, when it comes to working with math, they prefer working with a mathematical process. I've come to the conclusion to make a guess and move on. Perfect. That's also a good call. Take a call quickly. All right. So let's have a discussion. You'll need to know some aspect of what a probability is on this. Like, obviously, that concept you need to know basics. It's not like too convoluted, but you need to learn to integrate the structures of working with the data sufficiency along with this, and that is what my focus of today's discussion is. Right, whatever concept is being tested, I want you to integrate the process of working with the question, setting things up algebraically, breaking it down, rephrasing wherever it is viable. If two different representatives are to be selected from a group of 10 employees, and if P is the probability that both representatives selected will be women, is P greater than half? So I need to select two people from a total of 10, right? And if P is the probability that both representatives selected will be women, so they're telling me the probability of getting a woman is P greater than half. This is what I've been given, right? Total is 10. I need to select two people, and if P is the probability, P is basically the probability of woman. Is P greater than half? So is P of WW greater than half? That's my question. I'm not going to jump into the statements very quickly at this point. I can break this down. I know what probability is. Probability is favorable divided by total, and this is clearly a complex event where you're picking more than one object. So I can break it down. Probability of woman would be the probability of getting a woman, that will be W by 10. Since I've picked one woman, that would be W minus 1 by 9. Is that into The arrangement of WW, that is 2 factorial by 2 factorial, which will cancel out. I don't need to worry about it. Is this greater than half? Is the question. I won't stop here. I'll break it down further. I'll simplify it. 2 ones are 2 fives are W into W minus 1. I'll take the 5 into 9 as 45 is greater than 45. This is my question. I can go one step further. Since I know W is the number of women and they always have to be positive integers, I'm going to ask myself what values of W into W minus 1, would give me something greater than 45. So if I keep W as 5, 5 into 4 is 20. If I keep W as 6, 6 into 5 will give me 30. If I keep W as 7, 7 into 6 will give me 42. If I keep W as 8, 8 into 7 will give me a 56, which is definitely greater than 45. So what is my question asking me? Is W greater than or equal to 8? That is what my question is. I've broken it down to what bare bones the question requires. Yes, you can either write it as W greater than 7 or W greater than or equal to 8, because I know W has to be an integer, right? Greater than 7 would mean 8, 9, and 10. I've broken it down algebraically. I figured it out. Everything deals with the number of women. Now I will go into my first statement. More than half of the 10 employees are women. So the number of women should be greater than 5. Does greater than 5 mean it will always be greater than 8? No, W can be 6. 6 would answer my question with a no. But W can also be 8. 8 would answer my question with a yes. Clearly insufficient. Second, the probability that both representatives selected will be men is less than 1 by 10. is less than 1 by 10. Right? So this would be m by 10 into m minus 1 by 9 into 2 factorial by 2 factorial. I'm not writing it here. It cancels out anyway. Is less than 1 by 10. This goes. So m into m minus 1 should be less than 9. So I can figure out, right, what can be the possible values for m for this to hold good. If I take m as 2, I'll get 2 into 1, which is not. If I take m as 3, I'll get 3 into 2, 6, which is less than 9. If I take m as 3, if I take m as 4, 4 into 3 will give me 12, right, which is not less than 9. So I know m should be less than or equal to 3 here. And if m is less than or equal to 3, since I'm dealing with only 10 employees, the total is 10. W has to be greater than or equal to 7. Since the question is asking me for W, I'm working towards my question. So if W is greater than or equal to 7, if it's equal to 7, it would give me a no. If it's equal to 8, it would give me a yes. Now let me put both the information together. The first tells me W is greater than 5. The second tells me W is greater than or equal to 7. You see, I'm focusing only on the W because that's what my question is asking me. W greater than 5 and W greater than or equal to 7 means W should be greater than or equal to 7. But greater than or equal to 7 does not mean it will always be greater than or equal to 8. W can be 7. W can be 8. This gives me a no. This gives me a yes. Insufficient. Even B goes, C goes, echo. That's your answer. So you see, I didn't have to use values and work. You can use values, and you can work with the first statement. You can take W as 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But if you're using values, I would have taken W is equal to 6, and I would have taken extreme values, W is equal to 9 or 10, to process the first statement. And you'll realize if you do that, you'll see that the probability is never going to be greater than half always. So what did I do again? I integrated the process of working with the probability along with the structure that I set up in terms of working with data sufficiency questions and word problems. Same process, just that the math was a probability process of setting up. I still focused on my question stem. I still wrote down the constraints, boxed them up. I broke down the question. I had the opportunity to rephrase the question. I took the opportunity. I simplified. I saw that I can work further because I'm only dealing with integers with men and women. I rephrased my question fully. Then I went into my statements and I broke them down. Got it? So this is how a really hard question would look, okay, on test day. Again, this is an official one, classified as a slightly harder level question. I would definitely classify it as a late 600. Okay, it's a wonderful question, and yes, on the data insights bit, you're going to be tested on a lot of statistics, permutations, combinations, probability as well. So that's a very important portion now because it carries forward, right? All right. Okay, so I'll give you all a 5 minute break, right? Just for you to grab a bite to eat, maybe go to use the restroom. We have a small bit coming up. That is the process of creating cases. I will set up that structure. We'll look at 3 to 4 examples, and then we'll wrap up the discussion. Okay, it would take me maybe an hour after, so we should wrap it up in an hour or so. All right, I'm still online, so you can take the 5 minutes to ask me certain doubts if you're not getting out up from your workbench. Okay. It's 11:51. We'll start at 11:56. All right. Yes, for those who have not, gone through the probability, for those who didn't understand how I got this, right? Please go through the probability video, right? Yes, I purposely did not pick rate, time, and work, Onkar, because it again requires structure, but again it requires you to have like an understanding of algebra a lot, right? So I do have a session on specifically on rate, time, and work, so we will discuss that later. Okay. No, I mean you can't solve data sufficiency questions for each topic, right? I would suggest that at the end, see, it depends on how you're preparing, right? So if you're preparing topic by topic, once you finish an entire topic, say you finish the topic of ratios, right? You've mastered that topic from a quant perspective. Take up ratio questions from data sufficiency as well and work with it. Okay, it's better for you to do it topic by topic by topic because you give yourself practice as well, right? And it's important to do that switching as well, right? How do I use my concept of ratios in a data sufficiency setup? So right, so it becomes easy for you to understand that. So do it at the end of every topic, please. Whenever I see an opportunity, Ritik, to break it down further and simplify, I will take it. Simple as that. Right? I'm not stopping. I'm being very patient with it. I see there is an opportunity for me to solve further. I'll take it. No, why should I know? Why should I lose that opportunity? Right? So whenever I see there is an opportunity for me to break it down and simplify, right, and make my see what is the purpose of working with algebra? Whenever you work with algebraic equations, your purpose of working with algebraic equations is to try to boil it down to one single variable and to solve for that variable. You want to simplify. Right? So whenever I see there is an opportunity for me to break it down, I will take that option every time. Right? So here when I saw P of WW is greater than half, I know how to break P of WW. Right? What is P of WW? Women by 10 into women minus 1 by 9. You could have stopped here as well, no problem. Right? This was also okay for you to stop. I did went that extra step. Right? I went that extra step because I saw that there was an opportunity. First of all, I saw these were two. This is number property skill sets. I saw it as two consecutive integers, and I know two consecutive integers. If I want to multiply to get to greater than 45, I can figure out which two consecutive integers it can be. Right. So I took that opportunity to work with it. Right. So when I see um, a number property setup of two consecutive integers like that, and I'm dealing with integers, I can easily work with it, right? Omkar, see, all my pre-recorded sessions, right, are personal tutoring sessions with other students of mine. So, you know, I don't know how beneficial it would be, to you, when I'm having a discussion with someone else. But it's also, I'll have to take permission from the test taker as well, to sell that. I normally don't do it because it's there is some chatter, you know, people who take personal tutoring would like that confidentiality as well, right? So I do give some sessions maybe for people to look at. Uh, those are very specific, right? So I don't do it like that, right? So that's why I'm putting things on YouTube so that you can go through it and work with it. Okay, but I have to look at my schedule as well. So at this point, I have a 3 week turnaround. So every 3 weeks, I promised that I would do a session. Okay, Ankit, I don't have a paid course of sorts, right? It is in the works, maybe later, but like I said, I don't think I'll have the time, to do all of that, because I do have personal tutoring. um, you know I do personal tutoring with students as well, so it would be very difficult for me to cut out, make out that time. Plus, I do spend a good amount of time with my daughter as well, teaching her. So I don't think I'll be able to shoot a course of sorts. Okay, that's why when I spoke to GMAT Club, and they gave me the opportunity to put to take sessions and put up content there. So I think this is the best way for me to put up content. So I'll try to put in as much as possible so that it helps every test taker out there, right? I think every test taker should have access to this, not only the people who you can afford personal tutoring, right? But like I said, it's going to be at a slow drip kind of videos, because I have to take care of my schedule as well. The next session of mine, I was thinking of remainders and then doing time, work, and rate. I'm yet to decide on that, because I have people who ask me over remainders as well. So remainders and exponents. Someone was asking about number properties. I can't do number properties fully in one discussion. That's impossible. Okay. Yeah. So we have absolute values. We have remainders. We have the time and work. So I can work it. I mean, I can interchange absolute values. I think there is an old video of mine, so I think I'm pushing that maybe towards the end. I was looking at remainders and then time and work, but I'm not decided yet. Okay, you'll have to get used to it, Diva, right? That is the most common, bonk on your head kind of error, right? So you have to learn to look at the two statements individually, right? Reset and then work with the second. And that is something that the better you get at it, the better you are. So when you're working with a question, slow down, right? The best way to learn and change processes is to slow down. If you rush through, all of these errors will crop up, right? So slow down, look at the first statement, then do a complete reset, look at the second, right? Then process the information alone, right? You'll have to, it's a process change that you'll have to make. Okay. Okay, another minute and we'll start. Aditi, you cannot. I cannot comment on what are the quant topics, but from my experience, it's very the entire DI section is heavy on word problems and statistics. Okay, so there will be verbal based data sufficiency questions as well. I've picked in a couple, in the next part of the discussion anyway, right? So I cannot comment on that because every test taker gets different kinds of questions, right? But most of the questions will be word problems and statistics related. Yes, very rarely you're going to get a pure algebra question, something like an absolute value, right? Or something like a function. Right? You're not going to get those kinds of pure math concepts on day. I have not seen it. I don't know whether they would give it or not, right? Because we have very less data. It's a relatively new section as well, right? the DI section, I mean. So I've never seen an absolute value question so far on the Focus Edition DI section, right? So most of them I've seen are word problems and statistics related. Okay, so let's start with the next phase. Guys, for those of y'all who've stuck on with me, thank you. For those who are knackered, the recording of the session is going to be put up. So you can look at the recording as well later. Okay. All right. So let me go on to the scratch pad here. The second process of working any data sufficiency question is the process of creating cases and trying to disprove. When will I use this? I will always use this process whenever I cannot set up the question algebraically. There will definitely be questions, specifically in statistics, right? When I cannot set up the question algebraically, it will be impossible. And I will also use this process for non-math based data sufficiency. Okay, for those who are new to the DI section, data sufficiency questions will also be non-math. It will test you on critical reasoning. It will test you on correlation causation also within a data sufficiency structure. Okay, so you have to be accustomed to working with such questions, right? I'll cater to the questions later. So, like I said, whenever you work with questions where you cannot set up the question algebraically, or you have non-math based data sufficiency questions or logic data sufficiency questions, you will have to learn to create cases and work. If it's a math based data sufficiency question that requires you to create cases, it normally will be with numbers. If it's a non-math based, it will normally be different scenarios that you'll have to generate and you'll have to work towards the question. Again, we'll do the same. I'm going to pick an illustrative example. I'm going to give you all the opportunity to work with that question. I will use that question as a blueprint to add certain structures. We'll use those structures again on a 700 level question, and then we'll move forward and try to reinforce the understanding of the structures. Got it? All right. So let's. So here's question 11, illustrative example. The first question where you may have to create cases and work. I've picked a non-math one. So don't be surprised when you get non-math questions like this. 2 minutes. Don't type in the answer until I ask you to do so. Okay, you can start typing your answers in the chat window now. Last call for answers. Okay, now this is where most stickers falter. They will get easier level questions wrong because they rush through the question, they don't follow the structure, and the most important, they don't respect the yes or no data sufficiency format. So it's an equal split again between B's and C's. For those who've got C, you'll have fallen for a trap, and this is not a very difficult question to be very truthful. The reason you've fallen for a trap is because, like I said, you follow a particular process where you're just rushing through and you're just taking a call whether something is sufficient or not without actually proving sufficiency or insufficiency. It is important for you to run through possibilities here. So let me break it down. On a talk show, three actors are sitting from left to right in the following order. So left to right in that order. So Jennifer, Denzel, Ben. Left to right in that order. Jennifer has won an Oscar. So they've given me already some, constraint. Jennifer has won an Oscar. That's a fact that is given to me. Two facts given. They're sitting in that specific order from left to right. Jennifer has won an Oscar. And the question is an actor, you see, I'm spending time on my question, is an actor who has won an Oscar sitting next to an actor who has not? So, what is the question asking me? Is anyone who has won an Oscar sitting next to someone who's not won an Oscar? This is the question. So, again, it's a yes no data sufficiency question. I'll ask myself, what answers my question with a yes? If someone who has won an Oscar sits next to someone who is not? And what answers my question with a no? If someone who's where all three have won an Oscar, basically, right? All three are have not won an Oscar, but that I cannot take into consideration because I know Jennifer has already won an Oscar, right? So I'm see what I'm doing. I'm breaking down the question. I'm making a note of my constraint. I'm spending time on my question stem. I'm asking myself what kind of data sufficiency question is this? If it's a yes no data sufficiency question, I'm doing the extra bit. What answers my question with a yes? What answers my question with a no? Once I have clarity on all of this, once I have clarity on my question, I move into the statements. I already have a fact given to me in the question stem. They've given me another fact. Denzel has won an Oscar. So I know Jennifer, Denzel, Ben. Jennifer has already won. I'm taking that fact. I'm taking the second fact that Denzel has won an Oscar. Now, if people have eliminated the first statement based on the fact that I don't know anything about Ben, that's exactly what I don't want you to do. Remember, in a yes no data sufficiency question, especially when you're creating, especially when you have questions like this where you're forced to create cases, try to prove sufficiency or insufficiency. Don't just base it on something not being given. Run through the possibilities. Answer your question with a yes or a no. So even though I've not been given whether Ben has won or not won, I know what are the possibilities for Ben. I will run through that possibilities and answer my question. Only if I'm able to get a yes and a no, I will be able to eliminate. If I'm able to get definite yes as a definite no, I will say it's sufficient. So there are two possible cases here. If Ben wins an Oscar, if Ben wins an Oscar, I'm going to get a no because all three have won. There's nobody who's won an Oscar sitting next to someone who's not. But if Ben does not win an Oscar, then there is someone who's won an Oscar sitting next to someone who's not. That gives me a yes. So a yes and a no is ambiguity, insufficient. BCE. Second, Ben has not won an Oscar. So now two things here. People get so influenced from the first statement that they'll not even bother with the second statement. They'll say the second statement is same as the first. They have given me only Ben, they have not given me Denzel, insufficient. That is not a way you work with data sufficiency. You have to evaluate the statements individually. You'll have to run through the possibilities and prove sufficiency and insufficiency. So Jennifer has won an Oscar is what I already know. The second statement tells me Ben has not won an Oscar. So I don't know anything about Denzel, but I can run through the possibilities for Denzel. If Denzel wins an Oscar, then there is someone who's won an Oscar sitting next to someone who's not. It'll answer my question with a yes. If Denzel does not win an Oscar, then there is also someone who's won an Oscar because Jennifer has won, sitting next to someone who's not. That will also answer my question with a yes. So, whatever scenario I take for Denzel, it is always answering my question with a definite yes. Sufficient. B. Got it? I told you most mistakes will happen because you will violate the structures of a yes no data sufficiency question. You will just eliminate a statement without proving sufficiency or insufficient, without even bothering to answer the scenario with a yes or a no. That's what most of you all did with C and E's, right? You all didn't run through the possibilities and then work with it. Those who ran through the possibilities got to the answer in the most efficient way. Not a difficult question. I would not even classify this beyond the 500. But this is where most people make their mistakes because they don't respect the format. And that is why I spent a lot of time setting up the structures in the beginning. So, what are the structures that I'm going to work with here? What did I do first? Right? What did I do? The first thing I did when I'm creating cases is I spend time again on the question stem. But here, there was nothing for me to introduce variables. There was nothing for me to, create equations and work. I'm going to spend time on the question stem. I'm going to make a note of the constraints. The constraints, you'll see this as you go forward. The constraints in a question like this, in a question where you have to create cases, constraints are going to be critical. You'll have to stay within the purview. Let me write it this way. The constraints are crucial for you to adhere to. They will be crucial towards the solving of the question as well. Make a note of the constraints, right? Then get a good understanding of the question. Ask yourself, what kind of data sufficiency question are you dealing with? If it's a value data sufficiency question, think about getting to one answer. If it's a yes no data sufficiency question, right? Respect the format. Answer the question with a yes or a no. Don't forget to do that. With a yes or a no. And then get a good understanding. of what the question is asking you. Right? What is the question? Is a person who's won an Oscar sitting next to a person who's not? So I need one and not one next to each other. And then what did I do? I went one step further. I asked myself, what gives me a yes? What gives me a no? So this is what you would do in the question stem. But these kinds of questions, how you evaluate your statements, are very important, right? What must you do? Stay within the purview of the constraints. Stay within the constraints. Create cases and try answering and work towards the question. Run through the possibilities. Don't rush through and just say it's insufficient. And very important, when you're creating cases, learn to create counter cases. Always remember, this is a very important point. In these kinds of questions, create counter cases. Don't try to prove the statements to be sufficient. Instead, always try to prove insufficiency by forming those counter cases. Try to prove insufficiency. If it's a value data sufficiency question and you're forced to put in values and work with it, try to see if you can get more than one answer. It's like how you approach critical reasoning questions from a negation standpoint, right? You don't chase your answer in a critical reasoning, right? You eliminate. So even when you work with a process where you're putting in values, don't try to put in values to prove things to be sufficient. If you put in a value that gives you one answer, ask yourself, can I create another scenario that gives me another answer? And in a yes no data sufficiency question, try to get a yes and a no. This is how you can create counter cases. If you've created a scenario that answers your question with a yes, don't try to create more yeses and try to prove it. Instead, try to disprove it. Try to have that negative mentality. I've got to a yes. Can I create a scenario that gives me a no? The advantage of having that kind of thought process is if you try to disprove, in the process of trying to disprove, if you are not able to, then you know that statement is going to be enough for you to work. Try to get to a yes and a no. But when you've got to a yes, you try to get to a no, it's not possible for you to get to a no because the conditions violate the constraints the question gives you. Then you know for a fact that I cannot create a no case. Yes will always hold. So that kind of mentality you need to have while plugging in values. You should always plug in values by creating counter examples. Plug in, use cases, create counter cases. Always try to prove insufficiency. That should be your process of working. Okay. So these are the structures that I follow. Again, I will always respect the question and run through the possibilities and try to prove sufficiency or insufficiency. I'm respecting the data sufficiency question type. I am not going to discard something based on gut feel. Something is given, something is not given, insufficient. I cannot do that. I have to evaluate, take stock of all the possibilities, then reach a conclusion. The only difference here, you're not going to have the opportunity of setting things up algebraically. So what must you do? You have to create scenarios with numbers, with cases. But when you're creating scenarios with numbers and cases, try to create counter cases. Try to prove insufficiency. If you get a yes, try to get a no. If you have one answer, try to get another. In the process of trying to disprove, if you're not able to, then you'll be able to reach a conclusion better. Correct? So again, I'm respecting the structure here, and then I'm moving to the second question. It's a hard question. Again, classified as a slightly higher level of difficulty. Again, I'm going to use the same structures even on this question that I used in the previous case. And you'll see that the structures still hold. It's just that the question is more convoluted because there's no pieces of information and there's more things I'll have to evaluate. Give it a shot. 2 minutes. Excuse me. You can start putting your answers in the chat window. Good. I'm seeing people take their time, work your way through, taking the feedback on board. Good. Last call for answers. It's a tough one, so I can understand if you're struggling. But again, right? See how I'm setting things up. See how I'm working towards the question. And that's the takeaway for you, right? How do I process it with a clear mind rather than a cluttered mindset? Okay, so let's have a discussion on this. Again, I'm going to show you how exactly I would set things up. I want you to compare it to what you have set up on your Scratchpad. Store S sold a total of 90 copies of a certain book during the 7 days last week, and it sold different number of copies on any 2 days. Let me understand this first. First thing, on a harder question, the language is going to be convoluted. You have to learn to understand what the question is telling you. So Store S sold a total of 90 copies of a certain book during the 7 days last week. So I'm going to keep the 7 days: Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. What I want you to observe as well is I'm not shying away from writing things down, even if I have to write things, write a lot of things. I told you I'm going to invest my time on my question. And it sold a different number of copies on any 2 days. That means any 2 days I pick, I should have different values. And that's only possible when all the values are different. So they've given me the total as 90. I'm going to box it up. And they're telling me that all the values are distinct values for the 7 days. Right? So this is one point that most of you all would have not caught on to while reading the question. Right? Harder questions will be trickier from a reading and processing standpoint. I've read the first line. If for the 7 days, Store S sold the greatest number of copies on Saturday, that's the greatest, and the second greatest number of copies on Friday, that's the second greatest. Did the store sell more than 11 copies on Friday? So is Friday greater than 11? It's a yes no data sufficiency. What answers my question with a yes is if F is greater than 11. What answers my question with a no is if F is less than or equal to 11. Right? Nothing more I can set up with my question. I can't break it down. Neither can I set it up algebraically. Right? I'm not going to put A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H and all of that. Right? It's too problematic. Plus, I've been given numbers everywhere to work with. I need to go with creating cases. But when I'm creating cases, right, like I said, it's a yes no data sufficiency question. My process of working should be create cases and try to create counter cases. Right? If I'm getting a yes case, try to get to a no case. So the first statement tells me last week, Store S sold 8 copies on Thursday. Great. This is 8 copies on Thursday. Now, if it sold 8 copies on Thursday, I know the total has to be 90. I have to create a scenario that answers my question with a yes and then answers my question with a no. I'm just not going to say it's insufficient. I can have multiple possibilities for the other. No. Prove sufficiency or insufficiency, staying within the limitations of what the question asks you. So this is 8. I know Friday has to be, the second highest, and the question is about Friday. So I will try to put in values for that and try to create a yes scenario and a no scenario. Is Friday greater than 11 is the question. So I want to create a yes scenario. So let me keep Friday as 12. Now all of these values, Friday has to be the second value and all of these values have to be different. Saturday has to be the greatest. So I can keep this as 11. I can keep this as 10. I can keep this as 9. I can't repeat the 8. So I can keep that as 7. So 12 plus 8 is 20. 20 plus 10 is 30. 30 plus 20 is 50. 50 plus 7 is 57. So I have to have a total of 90. So this has to be 33. So I've got a case that gives me a yes. You see, I'm working towards my question. I'm not randomly putting in values and creating a case. I want to get to a yes case. I want to get to a no case. My process should be try to disprove, find counter cases. Now, what answers my question with a no? I know Thursday is 8. I want to get to a no case now. I already got a yes. What answers my question with a no? If I take it to be equal to 11 or less than 11, I'll take it to be equal to 11. So this is going to be 10. This is going to be 9. I can't repeat the 8. So 7 and 6. 11 plus 8 is 19. 19 plus 10 is 29. 29 plus 9 is 38. 38 plus 6 is 44. That's 51. So this will be 39. That gives me a no. This actually should give you a clue, huh? The case that I've worked with for the second statement. But like I said, I don't expect everyone to observe that. That gives me a no. Clearly, first statement is insufficient. I've proved it to be insufficient by forming counter cases. BCE. Now let's take the second statement. Last week, don't carry information. Last week, store S sold 38 copies on Saturday. Okay. I know the total has to be 90. I know all of those values have to be different, and Friday has to also be the second largest. Right? So again, I want to work towards my question. I want to try to create a yes case. I want to try to create a no case. I'm going to keep this as 12. So 38 plus 12 is 50. This is 11. 50 plus 11 is 61. This is 10. That's 71. This is 9. That's 80. And now I have the remaining 10 that I have to distribute between these two. So I can have this as a 6 and a 4. It's absolutely possible for me to create a scenario where f is equal to 12, which satisfies all the constraints that I have. So it gives me a yes. Now what should I try to do? Try to disprove it. Try to get to a no. So again, I've been given Saturday is 38. Let me try to keep 11. If I keep this as 11, I need to keep Friday as the second highest, and I have to keep all the other values different. 38 plus 11 is 49. 49 plus 10 is 59. 59 plus 9 is a 38 plus 11, 49. 49 plus 10, 59. 59 plus 9 is 68. 68 plus 8 is a 76. I'm left with 14. I'm left with 14. And I have to distribute, I'm so sorry. I have to distribute this 14 among 2 such that they are different and they don't repeat with any other values. And I have to ensure that Friday has to be the second largest. I cannot take 7 and 7 because that will repeat. 6 and 8 will also repeat with 8. 9 and 6 will, 9 and 5 will repeat. 10 and 4 will repeat. 11 and 3 will violate the condition that Friday is, and 12 and 2 will definitely violate it. So whatever I try to do, I cannot create a scenario where f is 11 and ensure that the values are distinct and Friday is the second, Saturday is the first, and the total is 90. Whatever I try to do, I cannot create those scenarios there. That means I cannot take a value of 11 or less than 11. So I can't create a counter scenario for that. So I can say that that statement is going to be enough for me to work. Sufficient. B. Got it? It's a good question to learn from. And like I said, you'll have to learn to create cases in such questions and break things down. But you see how I created cases? I based it on my question. I did not randomly put in values. It was based on what the question asked me to solve. Got it? Any doubts? Tough question, isn't it? You're never going to finish this in 2 minutes. Okay, it will take you a good part of 3 minutes, 3.5. But like I said, right, it's a trade-off. There will be some questions that you quickly finish in a minute, so you may have to invest time on these. All right, okay, let's go to another. We'll work with two more questions and then we'll wrap up. Okay, the last question is a fun critical reasoning one. Okay, let's try question 13 again. I'm going to give you 2 minutes. Learn to create scenarios, learn to read the question, set up the constraints, and work with the question, right? Follow the structures. That's the most important. Give it a shot. Excuse me. Okay, you can start typing your answers in the chat window, please. Don't carry information. Last call for answers. Not a difficult one, but again, you have to ensure that you read the question carefully. Don't forget different. Create scenarios. Work with it. good. I think C, most of y'all have given me the right answer. C, some of y'all have given me B as well. So let's again work with it, right? If the average of four different numbers is 30, so I have four different numbers. I'm going to write that down. That's an important constraint. And they're telling me the average is 30. And whenever in a statistics question they've given me the average, right? I will always work with the total. So I know the total has to be 120. The total is going to be a lot more important to you than the average itself. And the question's asking me how many of the numbers are greater than 30. So it's a value data sufficiency question. How many numbers are greater than 30? Very difficult for me to set it up algebraically, right? I know a plus b plus c plus d is 120. And if I try to work with it, I'll have to end up putting in values itself. So I'm going to put in values. But like I said, I'm going to work towards my question. If I'm choosing to put in values, I will want to create counter cases. The question is how many numbers are greater than 30? So I would want to try to form two counter cases. If I get one answer that gives me one number is greater than 30, I'll want to try to disprove it and get, okay, two numbers. Is it possible for me to get two numbers to be greater than 30? Right? So there's nothing more I can do with my question stem. I go into the first statement. None of the four numbers is greater than 60. So none of the four numbers is greater than 60. So I just can't discard it and say it's insufficient. Create cases, get to multiple possibilities. If none of the numbers are greater than 60, think about it. The easiest case I can form is what? 1, 2, 3. That will violate my question. None of the numbers should be greater than 60, right? So what will I do? I'll try to be smart with it. I will keep one as 60. I'll keep one as, say, 50. That's already 110, right? And I can keep 6 and a 4, right? 60 plus 50 is 110. 110 plus 10 is 120. In this case, how many numbers are greater than 30? Two numbers. I've created a scenario for me. What should I do? Create a counter scenario. Try to see if there's other possibilities. I'll use the same. I'll take 60. How many numbers are greater than 30? So I'll take 30. Then 60 plus 30 is 90. I'll take 29. 90 plus 29 is 119 and 1. How many numbers here are greater than 30? Only one number. So you see what I'm doing? I'm trying to create counter cases. I've got two. Let me try to create a case that gives me one. So it doesn't give me one definite answer. That gives me sufficient grounds to eliminate the first. Now let's go to the second. The second says, don't carry information from the first. I know the total is 120 from the question stem. The second alone says two of the four numbers are 9 and 10. So if two of the four numbers are 9 and 10, then the other two numbers should add up to 101. So I can split it up into however I want. I can have 60 and 51. In this case, I'll have two numbers that are greater than 30, right? Or I can have a 90 and a 11, right? In that case, I'll have only one number that is greater than 30. So clearly the second is also not enough. I found two counter cases for it. Now, when I'm putting things together, I have to consider all the possibilities. So what do I have? I have four numbers. I have the total as 120. Two of the numbers are 9 and 10, and none of the four numbers is greater than 60. If none of the four numbers are greater than 60, then I cannot cross 60. So if I take this as 60, 60 plus 10 is 70. 70 plus 9 is 79, right? I'll be left with how much, right? So 60 is 70, that's 79. 79, I'll be left with 41, right? 79 and 41 is going to give me 120. In this case, it would give me two numbers which are greater than 30. I'm always working towards my question. Now I need to try to find a counter case. The problem is, if I try to find a counter case, I want to try to keep one number. I want to make these two numbers only one number because these two are fixed. I can only play around with these two numbers. I want to keep only one number to be less than, to be greater than 30. So what should I do for that? I should reduce this 41. If I reduce this 41 to 30, I've created a deficit of 11. That means I'll have to increase this by 11 to 71 from 60. But that's not possible because I'll be violating the first statement that they're saying none of the four numbers are greater than 60. So what does that mean? That if I try to create a scenario where I try to get only one number to be greater than 30, I will have to violate the first statement and increase one of my elements to be greater than 60, which I cannot do. So what does that mean? That I cannot have one number to be greater than 30. I have to have the two numbers to be greater than 30. That would be enough for me to work. See. So this is something that you'll have to develop as you're working forward, right? Especially in the statistics portion, you will have to learn to develop, stay within the purview of certain limitations and run through possibilities. You see, when I ran through the possibilities, I always tried to form counter examples, right? I didn't try to say, okay, two, let me try to find another case which is two. As soon as I got two as a possibility, I asked myself, can I make it one? As soon as I got two, I asked myself, can I make it one? When I combined as well, as soon as I got two, I tried to see if I make it one, staying within the limitations of what the question gives me, right? But when in the combination, when I tried to make it one, it violated one of the limitations, which I cannot do. So I discarded that. I always tried to disprove. I always tried to prove insufficiency rather than chase my answer. Right? So my scenarios were to find counter cases every time. And this is something that you'll have to develop while putting in values on such questions. Got it? Any doubts here? Okay. So the last question, I have two more, but I think it's almost one, so we'll have time for one question. The last question is a fun one, right? I just want you to get accustomed to such kinds of questions as well. You will definitely have questions that are critical reasoning, oriented. You will be tested on your critical reasoning and your reading skills. You'll be tested on your critical reasoning concepts as well via a data sufficiency question. Okay. So I'm going to pick one. I'll pick this. I want you to try this question 15. Last question of the day before we wrap up. And to be very truthful, it's a verbose critical reasoning based question. So ideally, you would only summarize and that's what you would write on your sheet, but there's no working that you need to do. But respect the format of a data sufficiency as you're processing this question. Give it a shot. Excuse me. You can start typing your answers in the chat window. Excuse me. All this tests you in how efficiently you read with an attention to detail, right? To be very truthful, you'll not have to write anything as long as you've efficiently broken down the information. Whenever you see words like only, each, right, those are things that you'll have to be very careful with, right? Remaining. And remember, it's a data sufficiency. So always try to disprove. Okay, last call. It's a pretty straightforward one. So for those who are giving me A as the answer, I see predominantly most of you all have given me A. Can you tell me why the second is insufficient? Can you quickly type in the chat window? Why is the second insufficient? Because if you've understood that, then you've understood the format of the data sufficiency. So few people have answered A, which is the right answer. We don't know when the dog got the flea. More specific can be a month prior as well. But Ritik, they say that you apply the medicine and it would require only 2 days, right? So I can say that it was put on June 1st, no? No, 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 not because of afternoon and noon. Noon is noon, right? On Sunday afternoon. Okay, June 3rd, all he had neither flea or sticks. No, not that. Exactly, because it could have been applied a month ago. Or you could have two scenarios. You could have had a scenario where on June 1st, there were no fleas or ticks at all. So on June 1st, if there were no fleas or ticks, on June 3rd, there's no fleas or ticks. I wouldn't apply any chemical. I wouldn't even bother about it, right? Or I could have applied the chemical a month back, right? And I know that on June 3rd, all he had neither fleas or ticks means it's the chemical is going to stay, right? It's going to have effectiveness for at least a month after as well, correct? So I can get a yes case, I can get a no case as well. Now, The most important bit for you to read was Aditya applies chemical A to his dog's skin only when ectoparasites, ticks, fleas, or both are on the dog's body. When chemical A is applied for 2 days regularly on a dog's dry fur, which is then rubbed to generate lather and then washed off to leave the skin to dry, all irrelevant information. All the ticks, fleas, or both that may be present on the body, on the dog, fall off within 2 full days. The dog stays free of the ticks and fleas for at least a month after. Did Aditya's dog Ollie have at least one of the two ectoparasites on its body at noon last Friday? So it's a yes no data sufficiency question. I want to know whether dog Ollie had at least one of the two ectoparasites on its body at noon last Friday. So the first statement says Aditya applied chemical A to Ollie's skin at noon last Friday, June 1st. Now, when would I apply the chemical? Only when there are ectoparasites, right? And if there are ectoparasites, it can be ticks, fleas, or both. There will definitely be at least one of the two ectoparasites on Ollie's body at noon last Friday, right? This is clearly sufficient. But the second statement says on Sunday afternoon, June 3rd, Ollie had neither fleas nor ticks, right? So I can have multiple possibilities. I could have applied it a month before because the effectiveness stays on for a month, or I can have applied it on June 1st as well, and then Ollie had neither fleas or ticks on June 3rd. So I can apply, I need not apply, right? So if I'm not applying, there should be no ticks. Or if I put it on 1 month before, there should be no ticks. But if I apply it on June 1st, there could have been ticks as well. So clearly, the second statement is insufficient. Alpha, right? Because this gives me a yes case. It also gives me a no case. If I'd put applied it on June 1st, on Friday, it would give me a yes. Because afternoon on Sunday afternoon, June 3rd, it takes 2 days, right? It takes 2 days. So obviously, after 2 days, there's no ticks at all, right? So it's possible for me that on June 1st, that Ollie had some sort of ectoparasite. But I could also say that on Friday, June 1st, there was no parasite. On June 3rd, also, no parasite. I did not even apply the chemical A. So it gives me a no. Clearly insufficient. Alpha. I just put in this question just for you to understand that you will also be tested on data sufficiency from a verbose perspective. You're going to be tested on your critical reasoning skills. I have seen questions that test you on correlation and causation as well. You will have a couple of questions that are verbose related. Not too difficult. If you're pretty good, decent with critical reasoning, you will be able to work with it. Okay. You can expect around 6 to 8 questions. 6 is the ideal number of data sufficiency out of a 20 question DI set. Okay. Around 6 questions would be data sufficiency related. Understood? So it forms a pretty large chunk. So if you get the hang of this, uh, trust me, right? Out of all the question types that you have on DI, data sufficiency, two-part analysis, table analysis, and multi-source reasoning, I would say maybe the table analysis, the two-part analysis, and the data sufficiency questions are the ones that are time savers. Some two-part analysis questions take a lot of time. The table analysis questions, you have to be slightly careful because of the dichotomous questions that you have, the yes, no kind. And the multi-source reasoning question, unfortunately, you have to spend a good part of 8 to 9 minutes. And then you have those dichotomous questions as well. So you'll have to spend a lot of time, right? The data sufficiency questions are the ones that give you, you can finish those questions in like 2 or 3 minutes, right? So the more accurate you are, the more time you're going to save there. So ensure that if you're working with the DI section, that the data sufficiency questions are taken care of, because that's 6 questions that if you get all right, you can afford a couple of mistakes on the other questions on DI, right? So this is what I had on data sufficiency, my perspective of the entire topic. Remember, it will test you on concepts. Ensure that you practice data sufficiency questions as soon as you finish, an in-depth understanding of a particular math topic. Okay, get accustomed to it. Take If you've done with ratios, take ratios. Data sufficiency questions, work with it. You've done with percentages, take percentage questions, work with it. All right. So that's data sufficiency. 5 minutes I can give you for asking me questions, and then we can call it a day. No questions? Okay. Thank you for staying so long. My sessions are always you know, are a slog, but I hope that you've gained certain things from the session. My focus here, the session was not concept this time; it was more on structure. I hope that you would take that feedback on board and apply it onto certain questions. Okay. Again, last call. If you have any questions, you can ask. If not, we can wrap up right here. Before going, please um, press the like button, and it helps to you know the video being you know available to a lot more people. Please, can you tell about how to pace during the test? um Krishnan, what I would do, right, if I were you, it depend. This is like the last phase, right? When I'm working, when I work with the students and they take practice tests, right? Um, Say you have 20 questions on quant or 21 questions on quant, right? I would break it down into small chunks of 5, 5, 5, and 6, right? And I would try to have a target time for each of those, right? Similarly, for DI questions, I would have a time factor for each of the question types. And that is something that many test takers don't do. When they work with DI, right, they just randomly work with questions. My suggestion would be take 6 data sufficiency questions. Solve those 6 questions, time yourself, see how much time you're taking. Take a multi-source reasoning question. See how much time you're taking. What was your accuracy on that? Take 3 two-part analysis questions. See what time you're taking on each. Take like 2 or 3 graphs. See what time you're taking on each. Like that, make a set of 20 questions for the DI section and see what time you're taking individually. Do the same thing for the next. Do the same thing for the next. As you've done 4 to 5 sets, right? You will have an average time for DS. You will have an average time for multi-source reasoning, for two-part analysis and table analysis and graphical interpretation. Plus, you'll have data on how accurate you are. Do like a SWOT analysis. What are my strengths? What are my weaknesses? What are opportunities? Opportunities are what questions are taking me too much of time. How can I reduce that time? What are my threats? Threats are things you finish faster, but you made silly mistakes on. Do a SWOT analysis. And then focus on the weaknesses. Obviously you want to focus on the weaknesses, but focus more on the opportunities and the threats. Why is a two-part analysis question taking me so much of time? Why is a multi-source reasoning question taking me so much of time? Is there something I can do better? Is it better for me, if multi-source reasoning is creating an issue? I've solved like 5 to 6 multi-source reasoning questions. I'm getting 2 questions wrong and only 1 question right. Then I would put that in a weakness and I would say, okay, on test day, if I'm not able to improve on multi-source reasoning, on test day, maybe multi-source reasoning, when I see a question, it would be better for me to mark and review those 3 questions and move forward and work with what I'm comfortable with. And then come back and change the answer for the other 3. It may impact your test a bit in between. But if you look at it from an overall perspective, you would be in a relatively good position because you will not be in the position of losing out on questions towards the end, right? Because of lack of time. Got it? So that's what I would normally suggest. Okay. With DI, take each of the question types examples and work your way through. The more data you have, the better you can create a strategy for the DI section, right? Any chance of explaining multi-source reasoning questions in the near future? I can't do it from a quant perspective, right? I can do it also from a verbal perspective. I just don't get into the verbal bit. Like I said, I'm more of a quant kind of person. I think there's a lot of verbal tutors out there who I really appreciate because, verbal comes more naturally to me. um, so it's gonna the mark of a good tutor is how they can explain, not how they can solve, right? So I won't go into discussions on verbal at this point, and I don't think I'm best equipped for that. You can't identify that, Rohan, right? So it's not possible for you to identify what is a time sink, right? I think that can only be done based on data that you've understood by working with a lot of questions on DI. Okay, so you cannot identify it immediately. As the rule of thumb is, if I'm 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes down, and I'm nowhere, anywhere close to processing the question, I will let it go and move on. I'll take a hit and move on. Simple. Okay. All right. So we'll call it a day. I will decide about my next session and let you know. Stay tuned for information. It may be rate time and work. It may be something related to remainders or exponents as well. Okay. I will see you in 3 weeks' time. Good night. Take care. Have a great week.